Armenta and the Automobile by Charles Battell Loomis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by BellonaTimes. Armenta and the Automobile by Charles Battell Loomis. Some persons spend their surplus on works of art. Some spend it on Italian gardens and pergolas. There are those who sink it in golf, and I have heard of those who expended it on charity. None of these forms of getting away with money appeal to Armenta and myself. As soon as it was ascertained that the automobile was practicable and would not cost a king's ransom, I determined to devote my savings to the purchase of one. Armenta and I lived in a suburban town, she because she loves nature and I because I love Armenta. We have been married for 5 years. I am a bank clerk in New York, and morning and night I go through the monotony of railway travel, and for one who is forbidden to use his eyes on the train and who does not play cards, it is monotony, for in the morning my friends are either playing cards or else reading their papers, and one does not like to urge the claims of conversation on one who is deep in politics or the next play of his antagonist. So getting to business and coming back are in the nature of purgatory. I therefore hailed the automobile as a heaven-sent means of swift motion, with an agreeable companion, and with no danger of encountering either newspapers or cards. I have seen neither reading nor card-playing going on in any automobile. The community in which I live is not progressive, and when I said that I expected to buy an automobile as soon as my ship came in, I was frowned upon by my neighbors. Several of them have horses, and all, or nearly all, have feet. The horsemen were not more opposed to my proposed ownership than the footmen, I should say pedestrians. They all thought automobiles dangerous and a menace to public peace, but of course I pooh-poohed their fears, and being a person of a good deal of stability of purpose, I went on saving my money, and in course of time I bought an automobile of the electric sort. Armenta is plucky, and I am perfectly fearless. When the automobile was brought home and housed in the little barn that is on our property, the man who had backed it in told me that he had orders to stay and show me how it worked, but I laughed at him, good-naturedly but firmly. I said, "Young man, experience teaches more in half an hour than books or precepts do in a year. A would-be newspaper man does not go to a school of journalism if he is wise. He gets a position on a newspaper and learns for himself, and through his mistakes. I know that one of these levers is to steer by, that another lets loose the power, and that there is a foot brake. I also know that the machine is charged, and I need to know no more. Good day." Thus did I speak to the young man, and he saw that I was a person of force and discretion, and he withdrew to the train, and I never saw him again. Armenta had been to Passaic shopping, but she came back while I was out in the barn looking at my new purchase, and she joined me there. I looked at her lovingly, and she returned the look. Our joint ambition was realized. We were the owners of an automobile, and we were going out that afternoon. Why is it that cheap barns are so flimsily built? I know that our barn is cheap because the rent for house and barn is less than what many a clerk, city pent, pays for a cramped flat. But again I ask, why are they flimsily built? I have no complaint to make. If my barn had been built of good stout oak, I might today be in a hospital. It happened this way. Armenta said, "Let me get in, and we will take just a little ride to see how it goes." And I, out of my love for her, said, "Wait just a few minutes, dearest, until I get the hang of the thing. I want to see how much go she has and just how she works." Armenta has learned to obey my slightest word, knowing that love is at the bottom of all my commands, and she stepped to one side while I entered the gaily painted vehicle and tried to move out of the barn. I moved out. But I backed. Oh, blessedly cheaply built barn! My way was not restricted to any appreciable extent. I shot gaily through the barn into the henyard, and the sound of the ripping clapboards frightened the silly hens who were enjoying a dust bath, and they fled in more directions than there were fowls. I had not intended entering the henyard, and I did not wish to stay there, so I kept on out, the wire netting not being what an automobile would call an obstruction. I never lose my head, and when I heard Armenta screaming in the barn, I called out cheerily to her, "I'll be back in a minute, dear, but I'm coming another way." And I did come another way. I came all sorts of ways. I really don't know what got into the machine, but she now turned to the left and made for the road, and then she ran along on her two left wheels for a moment, and then seemed about to turn a somersault, but changed her mind, and, still veering to the left, kept on up the road, passing my house at a furious speed, and making for the open country. With as much calmness as I could summon I steered her, but I think I steered her a little too much, for she turned toward my house. I reached one end of the front piazza at the same time that Armenta reached the other end of it. I had the right of way, and she deferred to me just in time. I removed the vestibule storm door. It was late in March, and I did not think we should have any more use for it that season. And we didn't. I had ordered a strongly built machine, and I was now glad of it, because a light and weak affair that was merely meant to run along on a level and unobstructed road would not have stood the assault on my piazza. Why, my piazza did not stand it. It caved in, and made work for an already overworked local carpenter who was behindhand with his orders. After I had passed through the vestibule, I applied the brake, and it worked. The path is not a cinder one, as I think them untidy, so I was not more than muddled. I was up in an instant, and looked at the still enthusiastic machine with admiration. "Have you got the hang of it?" said Armenta. Now, that's one thing I like about Armenta. She does not waste words over non-essentials. The point was not that I had damaged the piazza. I needed a new one anyway. The main thing was that I was trying to get the hang of the machine, and she recognized that fact instantly. I told her that I thought I had, and that if I had pushed the lever in the right way at first, I should have come out of the barn in a more conventional way. She again asked me to let her ride, and I now felt that I could better cope with the curves of the machine I allowed her to get in. "Don't lose your head," said I. "I hope I shan't," said she, dryly. "Well, if you have occasion to leave me, drop over the back. Never jump ahead. That is a fundamental rule in runaways of all kinds." Then we started, and I ran the motor along for upward of half a mile after I had reached the highway, which I did by a short cut through a field at the side of our house. There is only a slight rail fence surrounding it, and my machine made little of that. It really seemed to delight in what some people would have called danger. "Armenta, are you glad that I saved up for this?" "I am mad with joy," said the dear thing, her face flushed with excitement mixed with expectancy. Nor were her expectations to be disappointed. We still had a good deal to do before we should have ended our first ride. So far I had damaged property to a certain extent, but I had no one but myself to reckon with, and I was providing work for people. I always have claimed that he who makes work for two men where there was only work for one before is a public benefactor, and that day I was the friend of carpenters and other mechanics. Along the highway we flew, our hearts beating high, but never in our mouths, and at last we saw a team approaching us. By a team I mean a horse and buggy. I was raised in Connecticut, where a team is anything you choose to call one. The teamster saw us. Well, perhaps I should not call him a teamster, although he was one logically. He was our doctor, and, as I say, he saw us. Now, I think it would have been friendly in him, seeing that I was more or less of a novice at the art of automobiling, to have turned to the left when he saw that I was inadvertently turning to the left, but the practice of 40 years, added to a certain native obstinacy, made him turn to the right, and he met me at the same time that I met him. The horse was not hurt, for which I am truly glad, and the doctor joined us, and continued with us for a season, but his buggy was demolished. Of course I am always prepared to pay for my pleasure, and though it was not, strictly speaking, my pleasure to deprive my physician of his turnout, yet if he had turned out it wouldn't have happened, and, as I say, I was prepared to get him a new vehicle. But he was very unreasonable, so much so that, as he was crowding us, for the seat was not built for more than two, and he is stout, I at last told him that I intended to turn around and carry him home, as we were out for pleasure, and he was giving us pain. I will confess that the events of the last few minutes had rattled me somewhat, and I did not feel like turning just then, as the road was narrow. I knew that the road turned of its own accord a half-mile farther on, and so I determined to wait. "I want to get out," said the doctor tartly, and just as he said so, Armenta stepped on the brake, accidentally. The doctor got out, in front. With great presence of mind I reversed, and so we did not run over him. But he was furious and sulphurous, and that is why I have changed to homeopathy. He was the only allopathic doctor in Brentford. I suppose that if I had stopped and apologized he would have made up with me, and I would not have got angry with him, but I couldn't stop. The machine was now going as she had done when I left the barn, and we were backing into town. Through it all I did not lose my coolness. I said, "Armenta, look out behind, which is ahead of us, and if you have occasion to jump now, do it in front, which is behind." And Armenta understood me. She sat sideways, so that she could see what was going on, but that might have been seen from any point of view, for we were the only things going on or backing. Pretty soon we passed the wreck of the buggy, and then we saw the horse grazing on dead grass by the roadside, and at last we came on a few of our townfolk who had seen us start, and were now come out to welcome us home. But I did not go home just then. I should have done so if the machine had minded me and turned in at our driveway, but it did not. Across the way from us there is a fine lawn leading up to a beautiful greenhouse full of rare orchids and other plants. It is the pride of my very good neighbor, Jacob Rollinson. The machine, as if moved by malice prepense, turned just as we came to the lawn, and began to back at railroad speed. I told Armenta that if she was tired of riding, now was the best time to stop, that she ought not to overdo it, and that I was going to get out myself as soon as I had seen her off. I saw her off. Then, after one ineffectual jab at the brake, I left the machine hurriedly, and as I sat down on the sposhy lawn I heard a tremendous but not unmusical sound of falling glass. I tell Armenta that it isn't the running of an automobile that is expensive. It is the stopping of it. End of Armenta and the Automobile by Charles Battelle Loomis.
Mr. Bluff Discourses of the Country and Kindred Themes by Oliver Bell Bunce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In a Country Lane. Bachelor Bluff, a listener. "The country," exclaimed Mr. Bluff, with an air of candor and impartiality, is, I admit, a very necessary and sometimes a very charming place. I thank heaven for the country when I eat my first green peas, when the lettuce is crisp, when the potatoes are delicate and mealy, when the well-fed poultry comes to town, when the ruddy peach and the purple grape salute me at the fruit stands. I love the country when I think of a mountain ramble, when I am disposed to wander with rod and reel along the forest-shadowed brook, when the apple orchards are in blossom, when the hills blaze with autumn foliage. But I protest against the dogmatism of rural people, who claim all the cardinal and all the remaining virtues for their rose beds and cabbage patches. The town, sir, bestows felicities higher in character than the country does, for men and women, and the works of men and women, are always worthier our love and concern than the rocks and the hills. Oh yes, I have heard before of the pleasures of the garden. Poets have sung, enthusiasts have written, and old men have dreamed of them since history began her chronicles. But have the pains of the garden ever been dwelt upon? Have people now been entirely honest in what they have said and written on this theme? When enthusiasts have told us of their prize pears, their early peas of supernatural tenderness, their asparagus and their roses and their strawberries, have they not hidden a good deal about their worm-eaten plums, about their cherries that were carried off by armies of burglarious birds, about their potatoes that proved watery and unpalatable, about their melons that fell victims to their neighbors' fowls, about their peaches that succumbed to the unexpected raid of Jack Frost, about their grapes that fell under the blight of mildew, about their green corn that withered in the hull, about the mighty host of failures that, if all were told, would tower in high proportion above the few much blazoned successes. Who is it that says a garden is a standing source of pleasure? Amend this, I say, by asserting that a garden is a standing source of discomfort and vexation, a hopeless restlessness, according to my observation, takes possession of every amateur gardener. Discontent abides in his soul. There is indeed so much to be done, changed, rearranged, watched, nursed, that the amateur gardener is really entitled to praise and generous congratulations when one of his 1,000 schemes comes to fruition. We ought, in pity, to rejoice with him over his big Lawton blackberries, and say nothing of the cherries, and the pears, and the peaches, that once were budding hopes, but have gone the way of Moore's dear gazelle. Then the large expenditures which were needed to bring about his triumph of the Lawtons. "Those potatoes," said an enthusiastic amateur gardener to me once, "cost 25 cents apiece." And they were very good potatoes, too, almost equal to those that could be bought in market at $1 a bushel. And then amateur gardeners are feverishly addicted to early rising. Men with gardens are like those hard drinkers whose susceptibilities are hopelessly blunted. Who but a man diverted from the paths of honest feeling and natural enjoyment, possessed of a demoniac mania, lost to the peace and serenity of the virtuous and the blessed, could find pleasure amid the damps, and dews, and chills, and raw-edgedness of a garden in the early morning, absolutely find pleasure in saturated trousers in shoes swathed in moisture, in skies that are gray and gloomy, in flowers that are, as Montellini would put it, damnation moist. The thing is incredible. Now, a garden, after the sun has dried the paths, warmed the air, absorbed the dew, is admissible, but a possession that compels an early turning out into fogs and discomforts deserves for this fact alone the anathema of all rational beings. I really believe, sir, that the literature of the garden, so abundant everywhere, is written in the interest of suburban landowners. The inviting one-sided picture so persistently held up is only a covert bit of advertising, intended to seduce away happy cockneys of the town, men supremely contented with their attics, their promenades in Fifth Avenue, their visits to Central Park, where all is arranged for them without their labor or concern, their evenings at the music gardens, their soft morning slumbers, which know no dreadful chills and dews. How could a backache over the pea-bed compensate for these felicities? How could sour cherries, or half-ripe strawberries, or wet rosebuds, even if they do come from one's own garden, reward him for the loss of the ease and serene conscience of one who sings merrily in the streets, and cares not whether worms burrow, whether suns burn, whether birds steal, whether winds overturn, whether droughts destroy, whether floods drown, whether gardens flourish or not? Bachelor Bluff, his opinions, sentiments, and disputations. End of Mr. Bluff, Discourses of the Country and Kindred Themes, by Oliver Bell Bunce. Recording by Bill Moseley, Frellsburg, Texas, USA.
Horseshoes by Ring Lardner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The series ended Tuesday, but I stayed in Philadelphia an extra day on the chance of there being some follow-up stuff worth sending. Nothing had broken loose, so I filed some stuff about what the Athletics and Giants were going to do with their dough, and then caught the 8 o'clock train for Chicago. Having passed up supper in order to get my story away and grab the train, I went to the buffet car right after I'd planted my grips. I sat down at one of the tables and ordered a sandwich. 4 salesmen were playing rum at the other table, and all the chairs in the car were occupied, so it didn't surprise me when somebody flopped down in the seat opposite me. I looked up for my paper, and with a little thrill recognized my companion. Now, I've been experting around the country with ball players so much that it doesn't usually excite me to meet one face to face, even if he's a star. I can talk with Tyrus without getting all fussed up. But this particular player had jumped from obscurity to fame so suddenly, and had played such an important, though brief part in the recent argument between the Macks and McGraws, that I couldn't help being a little awed by his proximity. It was none other than Grimes, the utility outfielder Connie had been forced to use in the last game because of the injury to Joyce. Grimes, whose miraculous catch in the 11th inning had robbed Parker of a home run and the Giants of victory, and whose own homer, a fluky one, had given the Athletics another World's Championship. I had met Grimes one day during the spring he was with the Cubs, but I knew he wouldn't remember me. A ball player never recalls a reporter's face on less than 6 introductions, or his name on less than 20. However, I resolved to speak to him, and had just mustered sufficient courage to open a conversation when he saved me the trouble.
Whose picture have they got there?
He asked, pointing to my paper. Speed Parker's, I replied.
What do they say about him?
Asked Grimes. I'll read it to you, I said. Speed Parker, McGraw's great third baseman, is ill in a local hospital with nervous prostration, the result of the strain of the World Series, in which he played such a stellar role. Parker is in such a dangerous condition that no one is allowed to see him. Members of the New York team and fans from Gotham called at the hospital today, but were unable to gain admittance to his ward. Philadelphians hope he will recover speedily and will suffer no permanent ill effects from his sickness, for he won their admiration by his work in the series, though he was on a rival team. A lucky catch by Grimes, the athletic substitute outfielder, was all that prevented Parker from winning the title for New York. According to manager Mack of the Champions, the series would have been over in 4 games but for Parker's wonderful exhibition of nerve and...
That'll be plenty,
Grimes interrupted.
And that's just what you might expect from one of them dough-headed reporters. If all the baseball writers was where they belonged, they'd have to build an annex to Mattawan.
I kept my temper with very little effort. It takes more than a peevish ball-player's remarks to insult one of our fraternity, but I didn't exactly understand his peeve. Doesn't Parker deserve the bouquet? I asked.
Oh, they can boost him all they want to,
said Grimes.
But when they call that catch lucky, and don't mention the fact that Parker is the luckiest guy in the world, something must be wrong with him. Did you see the series?
No, I lied glibly, hoping to draw from him the cause of his grouch.
Well, he said, you sure missed something. They never was a series like it before, and they won't never be one again. It went the full 7 games, and every game was a bear. They was one big inning every day, and Parker was the big cheese in it. Just as Connie says, the Athletics would have cleaned them in 4 games but for Parker. But it wasn't because he's a great ball player. It was because he was born with a knife, fork, and spoon in his mouth, and a rabbit's foot hung round his neck. You may not know it, but I'm Grimes, the guy that made the lucky catch. I'm the guy that won the series with a hit, a home run hit. And I'm here to tell you that if I'd had 1/10 of Parker's luck, they'd have heard about me long before yesterday. They say my homer was lucky. Maybe it was, but believe me, it was time things broke for me. They'd been breaking for him all of his life.
Well, I said, his luck must have gone back on him if he's in a hospital with nervous prostration.
Nervous prostration, nothing,
said Grimes.
He's in a hospital because his face is all out of shape and he's ashamed to appear on the street. I don't usually do so much talking, and I'm raving a little tonight because I've had a couple of drinks, but...
Have another, said I, ringing for the waiter, and talk some more.
I made 2 hits yesterday,
Grimes went on,
but the crowd only seen 1. I busted up the game in a series with the one they seen. The one they didn't see was the one I busted up a guy's map with, and Speed Parker was the guy. That's why he's in a hospital. He may be able to play ball next year, but I'll bet my share of the dough that McGraw won't recognize him when he shows up at Marlin in the spring.
When did this come off? I asked, and why?
It come off outside the clubhouse after yesterday's battle, he said. I hit him because he called me a name I won't stand for, from him.
What did he call you? I queried, expecting to hear one of the delicate epithets usually applied by conquered to conqueror on the diamond.
Horseshoes,
was Grimes' amazing reply. But, good Lord, I remonstrated,
I've heard of ball players calling each other that, and Lucky Stiff and Four-Leaf Clover, ever since I was a foot high, and I never knew them to start fights about it.
Well, said Grimes, I might as well give you all the dope. And then if you don't think I was justified, I'll pay for your fare from here to wherever you're going. I don't want you to think I'm kicking about trifles, or that I'm kicking at all for that matter. I just want to prove to you that he didn't have no license to pull that horseshoe stuff on me, and that I only give him what he was coming to him.
Go ahead and shoot, said I.
Give us some more of the same,
said Grimes to the passing waiter, and then he told me about it.
Maybe you've heard that me and Speed Parker was raised in the same town, Ishpeming, Michigan. When we was about 12 years old, Speed throwed a rotten egg at the teacher, and I got expelled. That made me sick of schools, and I wouldn't never go to one again, though my old man beat me up, and the truant officers threatened to have me hung. Well, while Speed was learning about what was the principal products of New Hampshire and Texas, I was working round the freight house and driving a dray. We'd both been playing ball all our lives, and when the town organized a semi-pro club, we got jobs with it. We was to draw $2 apiece for each game, and they played every Sunday. We played 4 games before we got our first pay. They was a hole in my pants pocket as big as the home plate, but I forgot about it and put the dough in there. It wasn't there when I got home. Speed didn't have no hole in his pocket, you can bet on that. Afterward, the club hired a good outfielder, and I was canned. They was hunting for another third baseman, too, but of course they didn't find none, and Speed held his job. The next year, they started the Northern Peninsula League. We landed with the home team. The league opened in May and blowed up the 3rd week in June. They paid off all the outsiders first, and then had just money enough left to settle with one of us 2 Ishpeming guys. The night they done the payin', I was out to my uncle's farm, so they settled with Speed and told me I'd have to wait for mine. I'm still waitin'. Gene Higgins, who was manager of the Battle Creek Club, lived in Houghton, and that winter we goes over and strikes him for a job. He give it to us, and we busted in together 2 years ago last spring. I had a good year down there. I hit over .300 and stole all the bases in sight. Speed got along good, too, and they was several big league scouts looking us over. The Chicago Cubs bought Speed outright, and 4 clubs put in a draft for me. 3 of 'em, Cleveland and the New York Giants and the Boston Nationals, needed outfielders bad, and it would have been a pipe for me to have made good with any of them. But who do you think got me? The same Chicago Cubs. And the only outfielders they had at that time was Schulte and Leach and Good and Williams and Stewart and 1 or 2 others. Well, I didn't figure I was any worse off than Speed. The Cubs had Zimmerman at third base, and it didn't look like they was any danger of a busher beating him out. But Zimmerman goes and breaks his leg the 2nd day of the season. That's a year ago, last April, and Speed jumps right in as a regular. Do you think anything like that could happen to Schulte or Leach or any of them outfielders? No, sir. I wore out my uniform sliding up and down the bench and wondering whether they'd ship me to Fort Worth or Siberia. Now I want to tell you about the miserable luck Speed had right off the reel. We was playing at St. Louis. They had a 1-run lead in the 8th when their pitcher walked Speed with 1 out. Sire hits a high fly to center, and Parker starts with the crack of the bat. Both coaches was yelling at him to go back, but he thought they was 2 out, and he was clear round to third base when the ball come down. And Oakes muffs it. Of course he scored, and the game was tied up. Parker come into the bench like he did something wonderful.
Did you think they was 2 out? Asked Hank.
No, said Speed, blushing.
"Then what did you run for?" says Hank. "I had a hunch you was going to drop the ball," says Speed, and Hank pretty near falls off the bench. The next day he come up with 1 out and the sacks full, and the score tied in the 6th. He smashes one on the ground straight at Hauser, and it looked like a cinch double play, but just as Hauser was going to grab it, the ball hit a rough spot and hopped a mile over his head. It got between Oakes and McGee and went clear to the fence. 3 guys scored, and Speed pulled up at third. The papers come out and said the game was won by a 3-bagger from the bat of Parker, the Cubs' sensational kid third baseman. Gosh. We go home to Chi and are having a hot battle with Pittsburgh. This time Speed's turn come when they was 2 on and 2 out, and Pittsburgh a run to the good. I think it was the 8th inning. Cooper gives him a fast one, and he hits it straight up in the air. Of course, the runners started going, but it looked hopeless because there wasn't no wind or high sky to bother anybody. Mowry and Gibson both goes after the ball, and just as Mowry was set for the catch, Gibson bumps into him and they both fall down. 2 runs scored and Speed got the second. Then what does he do but try to steal third, with 2 out, too. And Gibson's peg pretty near hits the left field seats on the fly. When Speed comes to the bench, Hank says, "If I was you, I'd quit playing ball and go to Monte Carlo." "What for?" says Speed. "You're so damn lucky," says Hank. "So is Ty Cobb," says Speed. That's how he hated himself. First trip to Cincy, we run into a couple of old Ishpeming boys. They took us out one night, and about 12 o'clock I said we'd have to go back to the hotel or we'd get fined. Speed said I had cold feet, and he stuck with the boys. I went back home, and Hank caught me coming in and put a $50 plaster on me. Speed stayed out all night long, and Hank never knowed it. I says to myself, wait till he gets out there and tries to play ball without no sleep. But the game that day was called off on account of rain. Can you beat it? I remember what he got away with the next afternoon, the same as though it happened yesterday. In the 2nd inning, they walked him with nobody down, and he took a big lead off first base like he always does. Benton throwed over there 3 or 4 times to scare him back, and the last time he throwed, Hobby hid the ball. The coacher seen it and told Speed to hold the bag, but he didn't pay no attention. He started leading right off again, and Hobby tried to tag him, but the ball slipped out of his hand and rolled about a yard away. Parker had plenty of time to get back, but instead of that, he starts for second. Hobby picked up the ball and shot it down to Groh, and Groh made a square muff. Parker slides into the bag safe, and then gets up and throws out his chest like he'd made the greatest play ever. When the ball's throwed back to Benton, Speed leads off about 30 foot and stands there in a trance. Clark signs for a pitch out and pegs the ball down to second to nip him. He was caught flat-footed. That is, he would have been with a decent throw, but Clark's peg went pretty near to Latonia. Speed scored and strutted over to receive our hearty congratulations. Some of the boys was laughing, and he thought they was laughing with him instead of at him. It was in the 9th, though, that he got by with one of the worst I ever seen. The Reds was a run behind, and Marsons was on third base with 2 out. Hobby, I think it was, hit one on the ground right at Speed, and he picked it up clean. The crowd all got up and started for the exits. Marsons ran toward the plate in the faint hope that the peg to first would be wild. All of a sudden, the boys on the Cincy bench began yelling at him to slide, and he done so. He was way past the plate when Speed's throw got to Archer. The bonehead had shot the ball home instead of to first base, thinking they was only 1 down. We was all crazy believing his nut play had let him tie it up, but he comes tearing in telling Archer to tag Marsons. So Jim walks over and tags the Cuban, who was brushing off his uniform. "You're out," says Clem. You never touched the plate. I guess Marsons knowed the umps was right because he didn't make much of a holler. But Speed sure got a pannin' in the clubhouse. I suppose you knowed he was going to miss the plate, said Hank, sarcastic as he could. Everybody on the club roasted him, but it didn't do no good. Well, you know what happened to me. I only got into one game with the Cubs, one afternoon when Leach was sick. We was playing the Boston bunch, and Tyler was working against me. I always had trouble with left-handers, and this was one of his good days. I couldn't see what he throwed up there. I got one foul during the afternoon's entertainment, and the wind was blowing 100-mile gale so that the best outfielder in the world couldn't judge a fly ball. That Boston bunch must have hit 50 of 'em, and they all come to my field. If I caught any, I forgot about it. Couple of days after that, I got notice of my release to Indianapolis. Barker kept right on all season doing the blamedest things you ever heard of and getting away with it. One of the boys told me about it later. If they was playing a doubleheader in St. Louis with the thermometer at 130 degrees, he'd get put out by the umps in the first inning of the first game. If he started to steal, the catcher dropped the pitch, or somebody'd muff the throw. If he hit a pop fly, the sun'd get in somebody's eyes. If he took a swell third strike with the bases full, the umps would call it a ball. If he cut first base by 20 feet, the umps would be reading the morning paper. Zimmerman's leg mended, so that he was all right by June. And then Sire got sick, and they tried Speed at first base. He'd never saw the bag before, but things kept on breaking out for him, and he played it like a house afire. The Cubs copped the pennant, and Speed got in on the big dough, besides playing a whale of a game through the whole series. Speed and me both went back to Ishpeming to spend the winter, though the Lord knows it ain't no winter resort. Our homes was there, plus in my case there was a certain girl living in the old burg. Parker, of course, was the hero and the swell guy when we got home. I come home with nothing but my suitcase and a hard luck story, which I kept to myself. I hadn't even went good enough in Indianapolis to be sure of a job there again. That last fall, an uncle of Speed's died over in the Sioux and left him $10,000. I had an uncle down in the Lower Peninsula who was worth 5 times that much, but he had good health. This girl I spoke about was the prettiest thing I ever see. I'd went with her in the old days, and when I blew back, I found she was still strong for me. There wasn't a great deal of variety in Ishpeming for a girl to pick from. Her and I went to the dance every Saturday night and to church Sunday nights. I called her on Wednesday evenings, besides taking her to all the shows that come along, rotten as most of them was. I'd never knowed Speed was making a play for this doll till along last February. The minute I seen what was up, I got busy. I took her out sleigh riding and kept her out in the cold till she'd promised to marry me. We set the date for this fall. I figured I'd know better where I was at by that time. Well, we didn't make no secret of being engaged. Down in the pool room one night, Speed come up and congratulated me. He says,
"You got a swell girl, Dick. I wouldn't mind being in your place. You're mighty lucky to cop her out. Oh, you old horseshoes, you."
"Horseshoes," I says. "You got a fine license to call anybody horseshoes. I suppose you ain't never had no luck."
"Not like you,"
he says. I was feelin' too good about grabbing a girl to get sore at the time. But when I got to thinking about it a few minutes afterward, it made me mad clear through. What right did that bird have to talk about me being lucky? Speed was playing freeze out at a table near the door, and when I started home, some of the boys with him says,
"Good night, Dick."
I said good night, and then Speed looked up.
"Good night, horseshoes,"
he says. That got my nanny this time. "Shut up, you lucky stiff," I says. "If you wasn't so damn lucky, you'd be sweeping the streets. Then I walks on out. I was too busy with the girl to see much of Speed after that. He left home about the middle of the month to go to Tampa with the Cubs. I got notice from Indianapolis that I was sold to Baltimore. I didn't care much about going there, and I wasn't anxious to leave home under the circumstances, so I didn't report till late. When I read in the papers along in April that Speed had been traded to Boston for a couple of pitchers, I thought, gee, he must have lost his rabbit's foot. Because even if the Cubs didn't cop again, they'd have a city series with the White Sox and get a bunch of dough that way. And they wasn't no chance in the world for the Boston club to get nothing but their salaries. It wasn't another month, though, till Schaefer of the Giants quit baseball and McGraw was up against it for a third baseman. Next thing I knowed, Speed was traded to New York and was with another winner, for they never was out of first place all season. I was getting along all right at Baltimore, and Dunny liked me, so I felt like I had something more than just a 1-year job. Something I could get married on. It was all framed that the wedding was coming off as soon as this season was over. So you can believe I was pulling for October to hurry up and come. One day in August, 2 months ago, Dunny come in the clubhouse and handed me the news.
Rube Oldrin's busted his leg, he says, and he's out for the rest of the season. Connie's got a youngster named Joyce that he can stick in there, but he's got to have an extra outfielder. He's made me a good proposition for you, and I'm going to let you go. It'll be pretty soft for you because they've got the pennant cinched, and they'll cut you in on the big money.
Yes, I says, and when they're through with me, they'll ship me to hell and gone, and I'll be dragging down about $75 a month next year.
Nothing like that, says Dunny. If he don't want you next season, he's got to ask for waivers. And if you get out of the big league, you come right back here. That's all framed.
So that's how I come to get with the Athletics. Connie give me a nice, comfortable seat in one corner of the bench, and I had the pleasure of watching a real ball club perform every afternoon and sometimes twice. Connie told me that as soon as they had the flag cinched, he was going to lay off some of his regulars and I'd get a chance to play. Well, they cinched it the 4th day of September, and our next engagement was with Washington on Labor Day. We had 2 games, and I was in both of them. And I broke in with my usual lovely luck because the pitchers I was asked to face was Bowling, a nasty left-hander, and this guy Johnson. The morning game was Bowling's, and he wasn't no worse than some of the rest of his kind. I only whiffed once, and would have had a triple if Milan hadn't run from here to New Orleans and stolen one off me. I'm not boasting about my first experience with Johnson, though. They can't never tell me he throws them balls with his arm. He's got a gun concealed about his person, and he shoots 'em up there. I was leadin' off in Murphy's place, and the game was a little delayed in startin', because I'd watched the big guy warm up and wasn't in no hurry to get to that plate. Before I left the bench, Connie says,
Don't try to take no healthy swing. Just meet 'em and you'll get along better.
So I tried to just meet the first one he throwed, but when I stuck out my bat, Henry was throwing the pill back to Johnson. Then I thought maybe if I start swinging now at the second one, I'll hit the third one. So I let the second one come over, and the umps guessed it was another strike, though I'll bet $1,000 he couldn't see it no more 'n I could. While Johnson was still winding up to pitch again, I started to swing, and the big cuss crosses me with a slow one. I lunged at it twice and missed it both times, and the force of my wallop throwed me clean back to the bench. The Athletics was all laughing at me, and I laughed too, because I was glad that much of it was over. McGinnis gets a base hit off him in the second inning, and I asked him how he done it.
He's a friend of mine, says Jack, and he lets up when he pitches to me.
I made up my mind right there that if I was going to be in the league next year, I'd go out and visit Johnson this winter and get acquainted. I wished before the day was over that I was hitting in the catcher's place, because the fellas down near the tail end of the batting order only had to face him 3 times. He fanned me on 3 pitched balls again in the third, and when I come up in the sixth, he scared me to death by pretty near beanin' me with the first one.
Be careful,
Says Henry.
he's getting pretty wild, and he's liable to knock you away from your uniform.
Don't he never curve one? I asked.
Oh, sure,
Says Henry.
do you want to see his curve?
Yes, I says, knowin' the hook couldn't be no worse than the fast one. So he give me 3 hooks in succession, and I missed 'em all. But I felt more comfortable than when I was duckin' his fastball. In the ninth he hit my bat with the curve, and the ball went on the ground to McBride. He booted it, but throwed me out easy, because I was so surprised at not havin' whiffed that I forgot to run. Well, I went along like that for the rest of the season, runnin' up against the best pitchers in the league and not exactly murderin' 'em. Everything I tried went wrong, and I was smart enough to know that if anything had depended on the games, I wouldn't have been in there for 2 minutes. Joyce and Strunk and Murphy wasn't jealous of me a bit, but they was glad to take turns restin', and I didn't care how much I went so long as I was sure of a job next year. I'd wrote to the girl a couple of times askin' her to set the exact date for our weddin', but she hadn't paid no attention. She said she was glad I was with the Athletics, but she thought the Giants were going to beat us. I might have suspected from that something was wrong, because not even a girl would pick the Giants to trim that bunch of ourn. Finally, the day before the series started, I sent her a kind of sassy letter sayin' I guessed it was up to me to name the day and askin' whether October 20th was all right. I told her to wire me yes or no. I'd been readin' the dope about Speed all season, and I'd knowed he'd had a whale of a year, and that his luck was right with him. But I never dreamed a man could have the Lord on his side as strong as Speed did in that World Series. I might as well tell you all the dope so long as you wasn't there. The first game was on our grounds, and Connie gave us a talkin' to in the clubhouse beforehand.
The shorter the series is, the better for us. If it's a long series, we're going to have trouble, because McGraw's got 5 pitchers he can work, and we've got about 3. So I want you boys to go at 'em from the jump and play 'em off their feet. Don't take things easy, because it ain't going to be no snap. Just because we've licked 'em before ain't no sign we'll do it this time.
Then he calls me to one side and asks me what I knowed about Parker.
You was with the Cubs when he wasn't you?
He says. Yes, I says, and he's the luckiest stiff you ever seen. If he got stewed and fell in the gutter, he'd catch a fish.
I don't like to hear a good ball player called lucky, says Connie. He must have a lot of ability, or McGraw wouldn't use him regular. And he's been hitting about .340 and played a bang-up game at third base. That can't be all luck.
Where do you see him? I says. And if you don't say he's the luckiest guy in the world, you can sell me to the Boston Bloomer girls. He's so lucky, I says, that if they traded him to the St. Louis Browns, they'd have the pennant cinched by the 4th of July. And I'll bet Connie was willing to agree with me before it was over. Well, the Chief worked against the big Rube in that game. We beat 'em, but they gave us a battle, and it was Parker that made it close. We'd gone along nothin' and nothin' till the 7th, and then Rube walks Collins, and Baker lifts one over that little old wall. You'd think by this time them New York pitchers would know better than to give that guy anything he can hit. In their part of the ninth, the Chiefs still had 'em shut out and 2 down, and the crowd was goin' home. But Doyle gets hit in the sleeve with a pitch ball, and it's Speed's turn. He hits a foul pretty near straight up, but Shang misjudges it. Then he lifts another one, and this time McInnes drops it. He ought to have been out twice. The Chief tries to make him hit it a bad one then, because he's got him 2 strikes and nothin'. He hit at it all right, kissed it for 3 bases between Strunk and Joyce, and it was a wild pitch that he hit. Doyle scores, of course, and the Bugs suddenly decide not to go home just yet. I fully expected it to see him steal home and get away with it, but Murray cut into the first ball and lined out to Barry. Plank beat Matty 2-1 the next day in New York, and again Speed and his rabbit's foot give us an awful argument. Matty wasn't so good as usual, and we really ought to have beat him bad. 2 different times Strunk was on second, waiting for any kind of wallop, and both times Barry cracked him down the third base line like a shot. Speed stopped the first one with his stomach and extricated the pill just in time to nail Barry at first base and retire the side. The next time he throwed his glove in front of his face in self-defense, and the ball stuck in it. In the 6th inning, Chang was on third base and Plank on first, and 2 down, and Murphy combed an awful one to Speed's left. He didn't have time to stoop over, and he just stuck out his foot. The ball hit it and caromed in 2 hops right into Doyle's hands on second base before Plank got there. Then in the 7th, Speed bunts one, and Baker trips and falls going after it, or he'd have thrown him out a mile. They was 2 gone. So Speed steals second, and of course Chang has to make a bad peg right at that time and let him go to third. Then Collins boots one on Murray, and they've got a run. But it didn't do 'em no good because Collins and Baker and McGinnis come up in the 9th and walloped them where Parker couldn't reach him. Coming back to Philly on the train that night, I says to Connie, "What do you think of that Parker bird now?" "He's lucky, all right," says Connie, smiling, "but we won't hold it against him if he don't beat us with it." "It ain't too late," I says. "He ain't pulled his real stuff yet." The whole bunch was talking about him and his luck and saying it was time for things to break against him. I warned 'em that they wasn't no chance, that it was permanent with him. Bush and Tesreau hooked up next day, and neither of them had much stuff. Everybody was hittin', and it looked like anybody's game right up to the 9th. Speed had got on every time he come up, the wind blowin' his fly balls away from the outfielders, and the infielders bootin' when he hit 'em on the ground. When the 9th started, the score was 7 apiece. Connie and McGraw both had their whole pitching staffs warmin' up. The crowd was wild because they'd been all kinds of action. There wasn't no danger of anybody's leavin' their seats before this game was over. Well, Bescher is walked to start with, and Connie's about ready to give Bush one hook, but Doyle pops out tryin' to bunt. Then Speed gets 2 strikes and 2 balls, and it looked to me like the next one was right over the heart. But Connolly calls it a ball and gives him another chance. He whales the groove ball to the fence in left center and gets round to third on it while Bescher scores. Right then Bush comes out and the Chief goes in. He whiffs Murray and has 2 strikes on Merkle when Speed makes a break for home. And, of course, that was the one ball Chang dropped in the whole series. They had a 2-run lead on us, and it looked like a cinch for them to hold it, because the minute Tesreau showed a sign of weakening, McGraw was sure to holler for Matty or the Rube. But you know how quick that bunch of ourn can make a 2-run lead look sick. Before McGraw could get Jeff out of there, we had 2 on the bases. Then Rube comes in and fills 'em up by walking Joyce. It was Eddie's turn to wallop, and if he didn't do nothin', we had Baker comin' up next. This time Collins saved Baker the trouble and whanged one clear to the woods. Everybody scored but him, and he could have too if it had been necessary. In the clubhouse the boys naturally felt pretty good. We copped 3 in a row, and it looked like we'd make it 4 straight because we had the Chief to send back at 'em the following day.
Your friend Parker is lucky,
The boys says to me.
but it don't look like he could stop us now.
I felt the same way and was consulting the timetables to see whether I could get a train out of New York for the West next evening. But do you think Speed's luck was ready to quit? Not yet. And it's a wonder we didn't all go nuts during the next few days. If words could kill, Speed would have died 1,000 times, and I wish he had. There wasn't no record-breaking crowd out when we got to the Polo Grounds. I guess the New York Bugs was pretty well discouraged, and the bettin' was 8-5 that we'd cop that battle and finish it. The Chief was the only guy that warmed up for us, and McGraw didn't have no choice but to use Matty, with the whole thing depending on this game. They went along like the two swell pitchers they was till Speed's inning, which in this battle was the 8th. Nobody scored, and it didn't look like they was ever going to, till Murphy starts off that round with a perfect bunt, and Joyce sacrifices him to second. All Matty had to do then was get rid of Collins and Baker, and that's about as easy as selling silk socks to an Eskimo. He didn't give Eddie nothin' he wanted to hit, though, and finally he slaps one on the ground to Doyle. Larry made the play to first base, and Murphy moved to third. We all figured Matty'd walk Baker then, and he done it. Connie sends Baker down to second on the first pitch to McGinnis, but Myers don't pay no attention to him. They was playing for McGinnis and wasn't taking no chance on throwing the ball away. Well, the count goes to 3-2 on McGinnis, and Matty comes with the curve. He's got some curve, too, but Jack happened to meet it, and blooey! Down the left field line where he always hits. I never seen a ball hit so hard in my life. No infielder in the world could have stopped it, but I'll give you $1,000 if that ball didn't go kerplunk right into the third bag and stop as dead as George Washington. It was child's play for Speed to pick it up and heave it over to Merkle before Jack got there. If anybody else had been playing third base, the bag would have ducked out of the way of that wallop, but even the bases themselves was helping him out. The 2 runs we ought to have had on Jack's smash would have been just enough to beat him, because they got the only run of the game in their half, or I should say, the Lord give it to them. Doyle had been thrown out, and up come Parker, smiling. The minute I seen him smile, I felt like something was comin' off, and I made the remark on the bench. Well, Chief pitched one right at him, and he tried to duck. The ball hits his bat and went on a line between Jack and Eddie. Speed didn't know he'd hit it till the guys on the bench wised him up. Then he just had time to get to first base. They tried to hit and run on the second ball, and Murray lifts a high fly that Murphy didn't have to move for. Collins pulled the old bluff about the ball being on the ground, and Barry yells, go on, like he was the coacher. Speed fell for it and didn't know where the ball was no more'n a rabbit. He just run his fool head off, and we was gettin' all ready to laugh when the ball come down and Murphy dropped it. If Parker had stuck near first base like he ought to have done, he couldn't have got no farther than second. But with the start he got, he was pretty near third when Murphy made the muff, and it was a cinch for him to score. The next 2 guys was easy outs, so they wouldn't have had a run except for Speed's boner. We couldn't do nothin' in the 9th, and we was licked. Well, that was a tough one to lose, but we figured that Matty was through, and we'd wind it up the next day, as we had Plank ready to send back at him. We wasn't afraid of the Rube because he hadn't never bothered Collins and Baker much. The 2 left-handers come together just like everybody doped it, and it was about even up to the 8th. Plank had been going great, and though the score was 2-2, they'd got their 2 on boots, and we'd hit ourn in. We went after Rube in our part of the 8th and knocked them out. Demery stopped us after we'd scored 2 more. It's all over but the shoutin', says Davis on the bench. Yes, I says, unless that 7th son of a 7th son gets up there again. He did. And he come up after they filled the bases with a boot, a base hit, and a walk with 2 out. I says to Davis, if I was Plank, I'd pass him and give him 1 run. That wouldn't be no baseball, says Davis, not with Murray comin' up. Well, it mayn't have been no baseball, but it couldn't have turned out worse if they did it that way. Speed took a healthy at the first ball, but it was a hook, and he caught it on the handle, right up near his hands. It started outside the first base line like a foul and then changed its mind and rolled in. Shang run away from the plate because it looked like it was up to him to make the play. He picked the ball up and had to make the peg in a hurry. His throw hit Speed right on top of the head and bounded off like it had struck a cement sidewalk. It went clear over to the seats, and before McGinnis could get it, 3 guys had scored and Speed was on third base. He was left there, but that didn't make no difference. We was licked again, and for the first time, the gang really begun to get scared. We went over to New York Sunday afternoon, and we didn't do no singing on the way. Some of the fellers tried to laugh, but it hurt 'em. Connie sent us to bed early, but I don't believe none of the bunch got much sleep. I know I didn't. I was worrying too much about the Sirius, and also about the girl, who hadn't sent me no telegram like I'd asked her to. Monday morning I wired her, asking what was the matter, and telling her I was getting tired of her foolishness. Of course I didn't make it so strong as that, but the telegram cost me $1.40. Connie had the choice of 2 pitchers for the 6th game. He could use Bush, who'd been slammed around pretty hard last time out, or the Chief, who'd only had 2 days' rest. The rest of 'em, outside of Plank, had an epidemic of sore arms. Connie finally picked Bush, so's he could have the Chief in reserve in case we had to play a 7th game. McGraw started Big Jeff, and we went at it. It wasn't like the last time these 2 guys had hooked up. This time they both had something, and for 8 innings runs was as scarce as Chinese policemen. They'd been chances to score on both sides, but the big guy and Bush was both tight in the pinches. The crowd was plumb nuts and yelled like Indians every time a fly ball was caught or a strike called. They'd have got their money's worth if they hadn't been no 9th, but believe me, that was some round. They was 1 out when Barry hit one through the box for a base. Shang walked, and it was Bush's turn. Connie told him to bunt, but he whiffed in the attempt. Then Murray comes up and walks, and the bases are choked. Young Joyce had been pie for Tesreau all day, or else McGraw might have changed pitchers right there. Anyway, he left Big Jeff in, and he beamed Joyce with a fast one. It sounded like a tire blowing out. Joyce falls over in a heap, and we chase out there thinking he's dead. But he ain't, and pretty soon he gets up and walks down to first base. Tesreau had forced in a run, and again we begun to count the winner's end. Matty comes in to prevent further damage, and Collins flies the side out. "Told him now, work hard," we says to young Bush, and he walks out there just as cool as though he was going to hit fungos. McGraw sends up a pinch hitter for Matty, and Bush whiffed him. Then Bescher flied out. I was prayin' that Doyle would end it, because Speed's turn come after his'n, so I pretty near fell dead when Larry hit safe. Speed had his old smile, and even more chest than usual when he come up there, swinging 5 or 6 bats. He didn't wait for Doyle to try and steal or nothin'. He lit into the first ball, though Bush was tryin' to waste it. I seen the ball go high in the air toward left field, and then I picked up my glove and got ready to beat it for the gate. But when I looked out to see if Joyce was set, what do you think I seen? He was lyin' flat on the ground. That blow on the head had got him just as Bush was pitchin' to Speed. He'd flopped over and didn't no more know what was goin' on than if he'd croaked. Well, everybody else seen it at the same time, but it was too late. Strunk made a run for the ball, but they wasn't no chance for him to get near it. It hit the ground about 10 feet back of where Joyce was lyin' and bounded way over to the end of the foul line. You don't have to be told that Doyle and Parker both scored, and the Sirius was tied up. We carried Joyce to the clubhouse, and after a while he come to. He cried when he found out what had happened. We cheered him up all we could, but he was a pretty sick guy. The trainer said he'd be all right, though, for the final game.
They tossed up a coin to see where they'd play the seventh battle, and our club won the toss. So we went back to Philly that night and cussed Parker clear across New Jersey. I was so sore I kicked the stuffin' out of my seat. You probably heard about the excitement in the burg yesterday morning. The demand for tickets was something fierce, and some of 'em sold for as high as $25 apiece. Our club hadn't been lookin' for no seventh game, and they was some tall hustlin' done round that old ballpark. I started out to the grounds early and bought some New York papers to read on the car. There was a big story that Speed Parker, the Giants hero, was going to be married a week after the end of the series. It didn't give the name of the girl, saying Speed had refused to tell it. I figured she must be some dame he met round the circuit somewheres. There was another story by one of them smart baseball reporters saying that Parker, on his way up to the plate, had saw that Joyce was about ready to faint and had hit the fly ball to left field on purpose. Can you beat it? I was going to show that to the boys in the clubhouse, but the minute I blowed in there, I got some news that made me forget about everything else. Joyce was very sick, and they took him to a hospital. It was up to me to play. Connie come over and asked me whether I'd ever hit against Matty. I told him I hadn't, but I'd saw enough of him to know he wasn't no worse than Johnson. He told me he was going to let me hit second in Joyce's place because he didn't want to bust up the rest of his combination. He also told me to take my orders from Strunk about where to play for the batters. "Where shall I play for Parker?" I says, trying to joke and pretend I wasn't scared to death. "I wish I could tell you," says Connie. "I guess the only thing to do when he comes up is to get down on your knees and pray." The rest of the bunch slapped me on the back and give me all the encouragement they could. The place was jammed when we went out on the field. They may have been bigger crowds before, but they never was packed together so tight. I doubt whether they was even room enough left for Falkenberg to sit down. The afternoon papers had printed the stuff about Joyce being out of it, so the bugs was wise that I was going to play. They watched me pretty close in batting practice and give me a hand whenever I managed to hit one hard. When I was out catching fungos, the guys in the bleachers cheered me and told me they was with me. But I don't mind telling you that I was nervous as a bride. There wasn't no need for the announcers to tip the crowd off to the pitchers. Everybody in the United States and Cuba knowed that the Chief had worked for us and Matty for them. The Chief didn't have no trouble with them in the first inning. Even from where I stood, I could see that he had a lot of stuff. Bescher and Doyle popped out, and Speed whiffed. Well, I started out making good with reverse English in our part. Fletcher booted Murphy's ground ball, and I was sent up to sacrifice. I done a complete job of it, sacrificing not only myself, but Murphy with a pop fly that Matty didn't have to move for. That spoiled whatever chance we had of getting the jump on 'em, but the boys didn't bawl me for it. "That's all right, old boy, you're all right," they said on the bench. If they'd had a gun, they'd have shot me. I didn't drop no fly balls in the first 6 innings because none was hit out my way. The Chief was so good that they wasn't hittin' nothin' out of the infield. And we wasn't doin' nothin' with Matty either. I led off in the 4th and fouled the first one. I didn't molest the other 2. But if Connie and the gang talked about me, they done it internally. I come up again with Murphy on third base and 2 gone in the 6th and done my little whiffin' specialty. And still, the only people that panned me was the $30,000 that had paid for the privilege. My first fieldin' chance come in the 7th. You'd have thought that I'd have had my nerve back by that time, but I was just as scared as though I'd never saw a crowd before. It was just as well that they was 2 out when Merkle hit one to me. I staggered under it, and finally it hit me on the shoulder. Merkle got the second, but the Chief whiffed the next guy. I was gave some cross looks on the bench,
And I shouldn't have blamed the fellers if they cut loose with some language, but they didn't. They's no use in me telling you about none of the rest of it except what happened just before the start of the 11th and during that inning, which was sure the big one of yesterday's pastime, both for Speed and yours sincerely. The scoreboard was still a row of ciphers, and Speed had only a fair amount of luck. He made a scratch base hit and robbed our bunch of a couple of real ones with impossible stops. When Shang flied out and wound up our 10th, I was leaning against the end of our bench. I heard my name spoke and turned round and seen a boy at the door. "Right here," I says, and he give me a telegram. "Better not open it till after the game," says Connie. "Oh, it ain't no bad news," I said, for I figured it was an answer from the girl. So I opened it up and read it on the way to my position. It said, "Forgive me, Dick, and forgive Speed, too. Letter follows." Well, sir, I ain't no baby, but for a minute I just wanted to sit down and bawl. And then all of a sudden I got so mad I couldn't see. I run right into Baker as he was picking up his glove. Then I give him a shove and called him some name, and him and Barry both looked at me like I was crazy. And I was. When I got out in left field, I stepped on my own foot and spiked it. I just had to hurt somebody. As I remember it, the Chief fanned the first two of 'em. Then Doyle catches one just right and lams it up against the fence back of Murphy. The ball caromed round some, and Doyle got all the way to third base. Next thing I seen was Speed strutting up to the plate. I run clear in from my position. "Kill him," I says to the Chief. "Hit him in the head and kill him, and I'll go to jail for it."
"Are you off your nut?"
says the Chief.
"Go out there and play ball and quit ravin'."
Barry and Baker led me away and give me a shove out toward left. Then I heard the crack of the bat, and I seen the ball comin' a mile a minute. It was headed between Strunk and I and looked like it would go out of the park. I don't remember running or nothin' about it till I run into the concrete wall head first. They told me afterward, and all the papers said, that it was the greatest catch ever seen, and I never knowed I'd caught the ball. Some of the managers have said my head was pretty hard, but it wasn't as hard as that concrete. I was pretty near out, but they tell me I walked to the bench like I wasn't hurt at all. They also tell me that the crowd was a bunch of raving maniacs and was throwing money at me. I guess the groundskeeper'll get it. The boys on the bench was all talking at once and slapping me on the back, but I didn't know what it was about. Somebody told me pretty soon that it was my turn to hit, and I picked up the first bat I come to and starts for the plate. McInnes comes running after me and asks me whether I didn't want my own bat. I cussed him and told him to mind his own business. I didn't know it at the time, but I found out afterward that they was 2 out. The bases was empty. I'll tell you just what I had in my mind. I wasn't thinking about the ball game. I was determined that I was going to get to third base and give that guy my spikes. If I didn't hit one worth 3 bases, or if I didn't hit one at all, I was going to run till I got round to where Speed was and then slide into him and cut him to pieces. Right now I can't tell you whether I hit a fastball or a slow ball or a hook or a fader, but I hit something. It went over Bescher's head like a shot and then took a crazy bound. It must have struck a rock or a pop bottle because it hopped clear over the fence and landed in the bleachers. Mind you, I learned this afterwards. At the time, I just knowed I hit one somewheres and I starts round the bases. I speeded up when I got near third and took a running jump at a guy I thought was Parker. I missed him and sprawled all over the bag. Then all of a sudden I come to my senses. All the Athletics was out there to run home with me, and it was one of them I'd tried to cut. Speed had left the field. The boys picked me up and seen to it that I went on and touched the plate. Then I was carried into the clubhouse by the crazy bugs. Well, they had a celebration in there, and it was a long time before I got a chance to change my clothes. The boys made a big fuss over me. They told me they'd intended to give me $500 for my divvy, but now I was going to get a full share.
Parker ain't the only lucky guy,
Says one of 'em.
but even if that ball hadn't have took that crazy hop, you'd have had a triple.
A triple. That's just what I'd wanted, and he called me lucky for not getting it. The Giants was dressing in the other part of the clubhouse, and when I finally come out, there was Speed standing waiting for some of the others. He seen me comin', and he smiled. "Hello, Horseshoes," he says. He won't smile no more for a while. It'll hurt too much. And if any girl wants him, when she sees him now, with his nose over shaking hands with his ear, and his jaw a couple of feet foul, she's welcome to him. There won't be no contest.
Grimes leaned over to ring for the waiter.
"Well," he said, "what about it?"
"You won't have to pay my fare," I told him.
"I'll buy a drink anyway," said he. "You've been a good listener, and I had to get it off my chest."
"Maybe they'll have to postpone the wedding," I said.
"No," said Grimes. "The wedding will take place the day after tomorrow, and I'll bat for Mr. Parker. Did you think I was going to let him get away with it?"
"What about next year?" I asked.
"I'm going back to the Athletics," he said, "and I'm going to hire somebody to call me Horseshoes before every game, because I can sure play that old baseball when I'm mad." End of Horseshoes by Ring Lardner. Read by Rick Rodstrom.
Laura by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. "You're not really dying, are you?" asked Amanda. "I have a doctor's permission to live until Tuesday," said Laura. "But today is Saturday. This is serious," gasped Amanda. "I don't know about it being serious. It certainly is Saturday," said Laura. "Death is always serious," said Amanda. "I never said I was going to die. I am presumably going to leave off being Laura, but I shall go on being something. An animal of some kind, I suppose. You see, when one hasn't been very good in the life one has just lived, one reincarnates in some lower organism. And I haven't been very good. When one comes to think of it, I've been petty and mean and vindictive and all that sort of thing when circumstances have seemed to warrant it." "Circumstances never warrant that sort of thing," said Amanda hastily. "If you don't mind my saying so," observed Laura, "Egbert is a circumstance that would warrant any amount of that sort of thing. You're married to him. That's different. You've sworn to love, honor, and endure him. I haven't." "I don't see what's wrong with Egbert," protested Amanda. "Oh, I dare say the wrongness has been on my part," admitted Laura dispassionately. "He has merely been the extenuating circumstance. He made a thin, peevish kind of fuss, for instance, when I took the collie puppies from the farm out for a run the other day. They chased his young broods of speckled Sussex and drove 2 sitting hens off their nests, besides running all over the flower beds. You know how devoted he is to his poultry and garden. Anyhow, he needn't have gone on about it for the entire evening, and then have said, 'Let's say no more about it,' just when I was beginning to enjoy the discussion. That's where one of my petty vindictive revenges came in," added Laura with an unrepentant chuckle. "I turned the entire family of speckled Sussex into a seedling shed the day after the puppy episode." "How could you?" exclaimed Amanda. "It came quite easy," said Laura. "2 of the hens pretended to be laying at the time, but I was firm. And we thought it was an accident." "You see," resumed Laura, "I really have some grounds for supposing that my next incarnation will be a lower organism. I shall be an animal of some kind. On the other hand, I haven't been a bad sort in my way, so I think I may count on being a nice animal. Something elegant and lively, with love of fun. An otter, perhaps. I can't imagine you as an otter, said Amanda. Well, I don't suppose you can imagine me as an angel if it comes to that, said Laura. Amanda was silent. She couldn't. Personally, I think an otter life would be rather enjoyable, continued Laura. Salmon to eat all year round, and the satisfaction of being able to fetch the trout in their own homes without having to wait for hours till they condescended to rise to the fly you've been dangling before them. An elegant, svelte figure. Think of the otter hounds, interposed Amanda. How dreadful to be hunted and harried and finally worried to death. Rather fun with half the neighborhood looking on, and anyhow not worse than this Saturday to Tuesday business of dying by inches. And then I should go into something else. If I had been a moderately good otter, I suppose I should get back into human shape of some sort, probably something rather primitive, a little brown, unclothed Nubian boy, I should think. I wish you would be serious, sighed Amanda. You really ought to be if you're only going to live till Tuesday. As a matter of fact, Laura died on Monday. So dreadfully upsetting, Amanda complained to her uncle-in-law, Sir Walworth Quayne. I've asked quite a lot of people down for golf and fishing, and the rhododendrons are just looking their best. Laura always was inconsiderate, said Sir Walworth. She was born during Goodwood week, with an ambassador staying in the house who hated babies. She had the maddest kind of ideas, said Amanda. Do you know if there was any insanity in her family? Insanity? No, I never heard of any. Her father lives in West Kensington, but I believe he's sane on all other subjects. She had an idea that she was going to be reincarnated as an otter, said Amanda. One meets with these ideas of reincarnation so frequently, even in the West, said Sir Walworth, that one can hardly set them down as being mad, and Laura was such an unaccountable person in this life that I should not like to lay down definite rules as to what she might be doing in an after state. You think she might really have passed into some animal form? Asked Amanda. She was one of those who shaped their opinions rather steadily from the standpoint of those around them. Just then Egbert entered the breakfast room, wearing an air of bereavement that Laura's demise would have been insufficient in itself to account for it. 4 of my speckled Sussex have been killed, he exclaimed. The very 4 that were to show on Friday. One of them was dragged away and eaten right in the middle of that new carnation bed that I've been to such trouble and expense over. My best flower bed and my best fowls singled out for destruction. It almost seems as if the brute did the deed with special knowledge of how to be as devastating as possible in a short space of time. Was it a fox, do you think? Asked Amanda. Sounds more like a polecat, said Sir Walworth. No, said Egbert. There were marks of webbed feet all over the place, and we followed the tracks down to the stream at the bottom of the garden. Evidently an otter. Amanda looked quickly and furtively across at Sir Walworth. Egbert was too agitated to eat any breakfast, and went out to superintend the strengthening of the poultry yard defences. I think she might have at least waited till the funeral was over, said Amanda in a scandalized voice. It's her own funeral, you know, said Sir Walworth. It's a nice point of etiquette how far one ought to show respect for one's own mortal remains. Disregard for mortuary convention was carried to further lengths next day. During the absence of the family at the funeral ceremony, the remaining survivors of the speckled Sussex were massacred. The marauders' line of retreat seemed to have embraced most of the flower beds on the lawn, but the strawberry beds in the lower garden had also suffered. I shall get the otter hounds to come here at the earliest possible moment, said Egbert savagely. On no account. We can't dream of such a thing, exclaimed Amanda. I mean, it wouldn't do so soon after a funeral in the house. It's a case of necessity, said Egbert. Once an otter takes to that sort of thing, it won't stop. Perhaps it will go elsewhere now that there are no more fowls left, suggested Amanda. One would think you wanted to shield the beast, said Egbert. There's been so little water in the stream lately, objected Amanda. It seems hardly sporting to hunt an animal when it has so little chance of taking refuge anywhere. Good gracious, fumed Egbert. I'm not thinking about sport. I want to have the animal killed as soon as possible. Even Amanda's opposition weakened when, during church time on the following Sunday, the otter made its way into the house, raided half a salmon from the larder, and worried it into scaly fragments on the Persian rug in Egbert's studio. "We shall have it hiding under our beds and biting pieces out of our feet before long," said Egbert, and from what Amanda knew of this particular otter, she felt that the possibility was not a remote one. On the evening preceding the day fixed for the hunt, Amanda spent a solitary hour walking by the banks of the stream, making what she imagined to be hound noises. It was charitably supposed by those who overheard her performance that she was practicing for farmyard imitations at the forthcoming village entertainment. It was her friend and neighbour, Aurora Burritt, who brought her the news of the day's sport. "Pity you weren't out. We had quite a good day. We found it once in the pool just below your garden." "Did you kill?" asked Amanda. "Rather. A fine she otter. Your husband got rather badly bitten in the trying to tail it. Poor beast. I felt quite sorry for it. It had such a human look in its eyes when it was killed. You'll call me silly, but do you know who the otter reminded me of? My dear woman, what is the matter?" When Amanda had recovered to a certain extent from her attack of nervous prostration, Egbert took her to the Nile Valley to recuperate. Change of scene speedily brought about the desired recovery of health and mental balance. The escapades of an adventurous otter in search of a variation of diet were viewed in their proper light. Amanda's normally placid temperament reasserted itself. Even a hurricane of shouted curses coming from her husband's dressing room, in her husband's voice, but hardly in his usual vocabulary, failed to disturb her serenity as she made a leisurely toilet one evening in a Cairo hotel. "What is the matter? What has happened?" she asked in an amused curiosity. "The little beast is throwing all my clean shirts into the bath. Wait till I catch you, you little—" "What beast?" asked Amanda, suppressing a desire to laugh. Egbert's language was so hopelessly inadequate to express his outraged feelings. "A little beast of a naked brown Nubian boy," spluttered Egbert. And now Amanda is seriously ill. End of Laura by Saki. Recording by Timothy Casey, Modesto, California.
Maddened by Mystery, or The Defective Detective by Stephen Leacock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The great detective sat in his office. He wore a long green gown and half a dozen secret badges pinned to the outside of it. 3 or 4 pairs of false whiskers hung on a whisker stand beside him. Goggles, blue spectacles, and motor glasses lay within easy reach. He could completely disguise himself at a second's notice. Half a bucket of cocaine and a dipper stood on a chair at his elbow. His face was absolutely impenetrable. A pile of cryptograms lay on the desk. The great detective hastily tore them open one after the other, solved them, and threw them down the cryptogram chute at his side. There was a rap at the door. The great detective hurriedly wrapped himself in a pink domino, adjusted a pair of false whiskers, and cried, "Come in." His secretary entered. "Ha!" said the detective. "It is here." He laid aside his disguise. "So," said the young man in intense excitement, "a mystery has been committed." "Ha!" said the great detective, his eye kindling. "Is it such as to completely baffle the police of the entire continent?" "They are so completely baffled with it," said the secretary, "that they are lying collapsed in heaps. Many of them have committed suicide." "So," said the detective, "and is the mystery one that is absolutely unparalleled in the whole recorded annals of the London police?" "It is." "And I suppose," said the detective, "that it involves names which you would scarcely dare to breathe, at least without first using some kind of atomizer or throat gurgle." "Exactly." "And it is connected, I presume, with the highest diplomatic consequences, so that if we fail to solve it, England will be at war with the whole world in 16 minutes. His secretary, still quivering with excitement, again answered yes. "And finally," said the great detective, "I presume that it is committed in broad daylight, in some such place as the entrance of the Bank of England, or in the cloakroom of the House of Commons, and under the very eyes of the police." "Those," said the secretary, "are the very conditions of the mystery." "Good," said the great detective. "Now wrap yourself in this disguise, put on these brown whiskers, and tell me what it is." The secretary wrapped himself in a blue domino with lace insertions. Then, bending over, he whispered in the ear of the great detective, "The Prince of Wurttemberg has been kidnapped." The great detective bounded from his chair as if he had been kicked from below. A prince stolen, evidently a Bourbon, the scion of one of the oldest families in Europe, kidnapped. Here was a mystery indeed worthy of his analytical brain. His mind began to move like lightning. "Stop," he said. "How do you know this?" The secretary handed him a telegram. It was from the prefect of police of Paris. It read, "The Prince of Wurttemberg stolen. Probably forwarded to London. Must have him here for the opening day of the exhibition. £1,000 reward." So the prince had been kidnapped out of Paris at the very time when his appearance at the International Exposition had been a political event of the first magnitude. With the great detective, to think was to act, and to act was to think. Frequently he could do both together. Wire to Paris for a description of the prince. The secretary bowed and left. At the same moment there was a slight scratching at the door. A visitor entered. He crawled stealthily on his hands and knees. A huge rug thrown over his head and shoulders disguised his identity. He crawled to the middle of the room. Then he rose. Great heaven! It was the Prime Minister of England. "You!" said the detective. "Me," said the Prime Minister. "You have come in regard to the kidnapping of the Prince of Wurttemberg." The Prime Minister started. "How do you know?" he said. The great detective smiled his inscrutable smile. "Yes," said the Prime Minister. "I'll use no concealment. I'm interested, deeply interested. Find the Prince of Wurttemberg, get him safe back to Paris, and I will add £500 to the reward already offered. But listen," he said impressively as he left the room. "See to it that no attempt is made to alter the marking of the prince, or to clip his tail." So, to clip the prince's tail! The brain of the great detective reeled. So a gang of miscreants had conspired too. But no, the thing is not possible. There was another rap at the door. A second visitor was seen. He wormed his way in, lying almost prone upon his stomach and wriggling across the floor. He was enveloped in a long purple cloak. He stood up and peeped over the top of it. Great heaven! It was the Archbishop of Canterbury. "Your Grace!" exclaimed the detective in amazement. "Pray do not stand, I beg you. Sit down, lie down, anything rather than stand." The Archbishop took off his mitre and laid it wearily on the whisker stand. "You are here in regard to the Prince of Wurttemberg." The Archbishop started and crossed himself. Was the man a magician? "Yes," he said. "Much depends on getting him back. But I have only come to say this. My sister is desirous of seeing you. She is coming here. She has been extremely indiscreet, and her fortune hangs upon the prince. Give him back to Paris, or I fear she will be ruined." The Archbishop regained his mitre, uncrossed himself, wrapped his cloak about him, and crawled stealthily out on his hands and knees, purring like a cat. The face of the great detective showed the most profound sympathy. It ran up and down in furrows. "So," he muttered, The sister of the Archbishop, the Countess of Dashley. Accustomed as he was to the life of the aristocracy, even the great detective felt that there was here intrigue of more than customary complexity. There was a loud rapping at the door. There entered the Countess of Dashley. She was all in furs. She was the most beautiful woman in England. She strode imperiously into the room. She seized a chair imperiously and seated herself on it, imperial side up. She took off her tiara of diamonds and put it on the tiara holder beside her and uncoiled her bow of pearls and put it on the pearl stand. "You have come," said the great detective, "about the Prince of Wurtemberg." "Wretched little pup," said the Countess of Dashley in disgust. So, a further complication. Far from being in love with the Prince, the Countess denounced the Bourbon as a pup. "You are interested in him, I believe." "Interested," said the Countess. "I should rather say so. Why, I bred him." "You which?" gasped the great detective, his usually impassive features suffused with a carmine blush. "I bred him," said the Countess, "and I have got £10,000 upon his chances, so no wonder I want him back in Paris. Only listen," she said. "If they have got hold of the Prince and cut his tail or spoiled the markings of his stomach, it would be far better to have him quietly put out of the way here." The great detective reeled and leaned up against the side of the room. So, the cold-blooded admission of the beautiful woman for the moment took away his breath. Herself the mother of the young Bourbon, misallied with one of the greatest families of Europe, staking her fortune on a royalist plot, and yet with so instinctive a knowledge of European politics as to know that any removal of the hereditary birthmarks of the Prince would forfeit for him the sympathy of the French populace. The Countess resumed her tiara. She left. The secretary re-entered. "I have 3 telegrams from Paris," he said. "They are completely baffling." He handed over the first telegram. It read, "The Prince of Wurtemberg has a long white snout, broad ears, very long body, and short hind legs." The great detective looked puzzled. He read the second telegram. "The Prince of Wurtemberg is easily recognized by his deep bark." And then the third. "The Prince of Wurtemberg can be recognized by a patch of white hair across the center of his back." The two men looked at one another. The mystery was maddening, impenetrable. The great detective spoke. "Give me my domino," he said. "These clues must be followed up." The pausing, while his quick brain analyzed and summed up the evidence before him. "A young man," he muttered, "evidently young, since described as a pup, with a long white snout. Ha! Addicted obviously to drinking. A streak of white hair across his back. A first sign of the results of his abundant life. Yes, yes," he continued. "With this clue I shall find him easily." The great detective rose. He wrapped himself in a long black cloak with white whiskers and blue spectacles attached. Completely disfigured, he issued forth. He began the search. For 4 days he visited every corner of London. He entered every saloon in the city. In each of them he drank a glass of rum. In some of them he assumed the disguise of a sailor. In others he entered as a soldier. Into others he penetrated as a clergyman. His disguise was perfect. Nobody paid any attention to him as long as he had the price of a drink. The search proved fruitless. 2 young men were arrested under suspicion of being the Prince, only to be released. The identification was incomplete in each case. One had a long white nose, but no hair on his back. The other had hair on his back, but couldn't bark. Neither of them was the young Bourbon. The great detective continued his search. He stopped at nothing. Secretly, after nightfall, he visited the home of the Prime Minister. He examined it from top to bottom. He measured all the doors and windows. He took up the flooring. He inspected the plumbing. He examined the furniture. He found nothing. With equal secrecy, he penetrated into the palace of Archbishop. He examined it from top to bottom. Disguised as a choir boy, he took part in the offices of the church. He found nothing. Still undismayed, the great detective made his way into the home of the Countess of Dashley. Disguised as a housemaid, he entered the service of the Countess. Then at last a clue came which gave him a solution to the mystery. On the wall of the Countess's boudoir was a large framed engraving. It was a portrait. Under it was a printed legend, "The Prince of Wurtemberg." The portrait was that of a Dutch hand. The long body, the broad ears, the unclipped tail, the short hind legs, all was there. In a fraction of a second, the lightning mind of the great detective had penetrated the whole mystery. The prince was a dog. Hastily throwing a domino over his housemaid's dress, he rushed to the street. He summoned a passing hansom, and in a few moments was at his house. "I have it," he gasped to his secretary. "The mystery is solved. I have pieced it together. By sheer analysis I have reasoned it out. Listen. Hind legs, hair on back, with snout, pup, what? Does that suggest nothing to you?" "Nothing," said the secretary. "It seems perfectly hopeless." The great detective, now recovered from his excitement, smiled faintly. "It means simply this, my dear fellow. The Prince of Wurtemberg is a dog, a prize dachshund. The Countess of Dashley bred him, and he is worth some £25,000, in addition to the prize of £10,000, offered at the Paris Dog Show. Can you wonder that?" At that moment the great detective was interrupted by the scream of a woman. "Great heaven!" The Countess of Dashley rushed into the room. Her face was wild. Her tiara was in disorder. Her pearls were dripping all over the place. She wrung her hands and moaned. "They have cut his tail," she gasped, "and taken all the hair off his back. What can I do? I am undone." "Ma'am," said the great detective, calm as bronze, "do yourself up. I can save you yet." "You?" "Me." "How?" "Listen. This is how. The prince was to have been shown at Paris." The Countess nodded. "Your fortune was staked on him." The Countess nodded again. "The dog was stolen, carried to London, his tail cut and his marks disfigured." Amazed at the quiet penetration of the great detective, the Countess kept on nodding and nodding. "And you are ruined." "I am." She gasped and sank to the floor in a heap of pearls. "Ma'am," said the great detective, "all is not lost." He straightened himself up to his full height. A look of inflexible inflexibility flickered over his features. The honor of England, the fortune of the most beautiful woman in England was at stake. "I'll do it," he murmured. "Rise, dear lady," he continued. "Fear nothing. I will impersonate the dog." That night the great detective might have been seen on the deck of the Calais packet boat with his secretary. He was on his hands and knees in a long black cloak, and his secretary had him on a short chain. He barked at the waves exultingly and licked the secretary's hand. "What a beautiful dog!" said the passengers. The disguise was absolutely complete. The great detective had been coated over with mucilage to which dog hairs had been applied. The markings on his back were perfect. His tail, adjusted with an automatic coupler, moved up and down, responsive to every thought. His deep eyes were full of intelligence. Next day he was exhibited at the Dachshund class at the International Show. He won all hearts. Quel beau chien, cried the French people. Ach voisin dog, cried the Spanish. The great detective took the first prize. The fortune of the Countess was saved. Unfortunately, as the great detective had neglected to pay the dog tax, he was caught and destroyed by the dog catchers. But that is, of course, quite outside of the present narrative, and is only mentioned as an odd fact of conclusion. End of Maddened by Mystery by Stephen Leacock. Read by Ohm123.
A Modest Proposal for preventing the children of poor people in Ireland from being a burden on their parents or country, and for making them beneficial to the public, by Dr. Jonathan Swift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Emily Fogel of Rochester, New York. It is a melancholy object to those who walk through this great town or travel in the country when they see the streets, the roads and cabin doors crowded with beggars of the female sex, followed by 3, 4, or 6 children, all in rags and importuning every passenger for an alms. These mothers, instead of being able to work for their honest livelihood, are forced to employ all their time in strolling to beg sustenance for their helpless infants who, as they grow up, either turn thieves for want of work, or leave their dear native country to fight for the Pretender in Spain, or sell themselves to the Barbadoes. I think it is agreed by all parties that this prodigious number of children in the arms or on the backs or at the heels of their mothers, and frequently their fathers, is in the present deplorable state of the kingdom a very great additional grievance, and therefore whoever could find out a fair, cheap, and easy method of making these children sound and useful members of the Commonwealth would deserve so well of the public as to have his statue set up for preserver of the nation. But my intention is far from being confined to provide only for the children of professed beggars. It is of a much greater extent, and shall take in the whole number of infants at a certain age, who are born of parents in effect as little able to support them as those who demand our charity in the streets. As to my own part, having turned my thoughts for many years upon this important subject, and maturely weighed the several schemes of our projectors, I have always found them grossly mistaken in their computation. It is true, a child just dropped from its dam may be supported by her milk for a solar year, with little other nourishment, at most not above the value of 2 shillings, which the mother may certainly get, or the value in scraps, by her lawful occupation of begging. And it is exactly at 1 year old that I propose to provide for them in such a manner as, instead of being a charge upon their parents or the parish, or wanting food and raiment for the rest of their lives, they shall, on the contrary, contribute to the feeding and partly to the clothing of many thousands. There is likewise another great advantage in my scheme, that it will prevent those voluntary abortions, and that horrid practice of women murdering their bastard children, alas, too frequent among us, sacrificing the poor innocent babes, I doubt, more to avoid the expense than the shame, which would move tears and pity in the most savage and inhuman breast. The number of souls in this kingdom being usually reckoned 1,5 millions, of these I calculate there may be about 200,000 couple whose wives are breeders, from which number I subtract 30,000 couple who are able to maintain their own children, although I apprehend there cannot be so many under the present distresses of the kingdom. But this being granted, there will remain 170,000 breeders. I again subtract 50,000 for those women who miscarry, or whose children die by accident or disease within the year. There only remain 120,000 children of poor parents annually born. The question therefore is, how this number shall be reared and provided for, which, as I have already said, under the present situation of affairs, is utterly impossible by all the methods hitherto proposed. For we can neither employ them in handicraft or agriculture. We neither build houses, I mean in the country, nor cultivate land. They can very seldom pick up a livelihood by stealing till they arrive at 6 years old, except where they are of towardly parts, although I confess they learn the rudiments much earlier, during which time they can however be properly looked upon only as probationers, as I have been informed by a principal gentleman in the country of Cavan, who protested to me that he never knew 1 or 2 instances under the age of 6, even in part of the kingdom so renowned for the quickest proficiency in that art. I am assured by our merchants that a boy or girl before 12 years old is no salable commodity, and even when they come to this age they will not yield above £3 or £3.5 a crown at most on the exchange, which cannot turn to account either to the parents or kingdom. The charge of nutriments and rags have been at least 4 times that value. I shall now therefore humbly propose my own thoughts, which I hope will not be liable to the least objection. I have been assured by a very knowing American of my acquaintance in London that a young healthy child well nursed is at a year old a most delicious, nourishing, and wholesome food, whether stewed, roasted, baked, or boiled, and I make no doubt that it will equally serve in a fricassee or a ragout. I do therefore humbly offer it to the public consideration that of the 120,000 children already computed, 20,000 may be reserved for breed, whereof only 1/4 part to be males, which is more than we allow to sheep, black cattle, or swine, and my reason is, that these children are seldom the fruits of marriage, a circumstance not much regarded by our savages, therefore 1 male will be sufficient to serve 4 females, that the remaining 100,000 may, at a year old, be offered in sale to the persons of quality and fortune through the kingdom, always advising the mother to let them suck plentifully in the last month, so as to render them plump and fat for a good table. A child will make 2 dishes at an entertainment for friends, and when a family dines alone, the fore or hind quarter will make a reasonable dish, and seasoned with a little pepper or salt will be very good boiled on the 4th day, especially in winter. I have reckoned upon a medium, that a child just born will weigh 12 pounds, and in a solar year, if tolerably nursed, increaseth to 28 pounds. I grant this food will be somewhat dear, and therefore very proper for landlords, who, as they have already devoured most of the parents, seem to have the best title to the children. Infant's flesh will be in season throughout the year, but more plentiful in March, and a little before and after, for we are told by a grave author, an eminent French physician, that fish being prolific diet, there are more children born in Roman Catholic countries about 9 months after Lent. The markets will be more glutted than usual, because the number of popish infants is at least 3 to 1 in this kingdom, and therefore it will have one other collateral advantage by lessening the number of papists among us. I have already computed the charge of nursing a beggar's child, in which I reckon all cottagers, labourers, and 4/5 of the farmers, to be about 2 shillings per annum, rags included, and I believe no gentleman would repine to give 10 shillings for the carcass of a good fat child, which, as I have said, will make 4 dishes of excellent nutritive meat, when he hath only some particular friend or his own family to dine with him. Thus the squire will learn to be a good landlord, and grow popular among his tenants. The mother will have 8 shillings neat profit, and be fit for work till she produces another child. Those who are more thrifty, as I must confess the times require, may flay the carcass, the skin of which, artificially dressed, will make admirable gloves for ladies, and summer boots for fine gentlemen. As to our city of Dublin, shambles may be appointed for this purpose in the most convenient parts of it, and butchers, we may be well assured, will not be wanting, although I rather recommend buying the children alive, and dressing them hot for the knife as we do roasting pigs. A very worthy person, a true lover of his country, and whose virtues I highly esteem, was lately pleased, in discoursing on this matter, to offer a refinement upon my scheme. He said that many gentlemen of this kingdom have of late destroyed their deer. He conceived that the want of venison might be well supplied by the bodies of young lads and maidens not exceeding 14 years of age, nor under 12, so great a number of both sexes in every country being now ready to starve for want of work and service, and these to be disposed of by their parents if alive, or otherwise by their nearest relations. But with due deference to so excellent a friend and so deserving a patriot, I cannot be altogether in his sentiments, for as to the males, my American acquaintance assured me from frequent experience that their flesh was generally tough and lean, like that of our schoolboys, by continual exercise, and their taste disagreeable, and to fatten them would not answer the charge. Then, as to the females, it would, I think, with humble submission, be a loss to the public, because they would soon become breeders themselves. And besides, it is not improbable that some scrupulous people might be apt to censure such a practice, although indeed very unjustly, as a little bordering upon cruelty, which I confess hath always been with me the strongest objection against any project, how well soever intended. But in order to justify my friend, he confessed that this expedient was put into his head by the famous Salmanazar, the native of the island Formosa, who came from thence to London above 20 years ago, and in conversation told my friend that in his country when any young person happened to be put to death, the executioner sold the carcass to persons of quality as a prime dainty, and that, in his time, the body of a plump girl of 15 who was crucified for an attempt to poison the emperor was sold to his Imperial Majesty's Prime Minister of State and other great mandarins of court in joints from the gibbet, at 400 crowns. Neither, indeed, can I deny that if the same use were made of several plump young girls in this town, who without one single groat to their fortunes cannot stir abroad without a chair, and appear at a playhouse and assemblies in foreign fineries which they never will pay for, the kingdom would not be the worse. Some persons of a desponding spirit are in great concern about the vast number of poor people who are aged, diseased, or maimed, and I have been desired to employ my thoughts what course may be taken to ease the nation of so grievous an encumbrance. But I am not in the least pain upon that matter, because it is very well known that they are every day dying and rotting, by cold and famine and filth and vermin, as fast as can be reasonably expected. And as to the young laborers, they are now in almost as hopeful a condition. They cannot get work, and consequently pine away from want of nourishment, to a degree that if at any time they are accidentally hired to common labor, they have not strength to perform it, and thus the country and themselves are happily delivered from the evils to come. I have too long digressed, and therefore shall return to my subject. I think the advantages by the proposal which I have made are obvious and many, as well as of the highest importance. For first, as I have already observed, it would greatly lessen the number of Papists, with whom we are yearly overrun, being the principal breeders of the nation, as well as our most dangerous enemies, and who stay at home on purpose with design to deliver the kingdom to the Pretender, and hoping to take their advantage by the absence of so many good Protestants, who have chosen rather to leave their country than stay at home and pay tithes against their conscience to an episcopal curate. Secondly, the poor tenants will have something valuable of their own, which by law may be made liable to distress, and help to pay their landlord's rent, their corn and cattle being already seized, and money a thing unknown. Thirdly, whereas the maintenance of 100,000 children, from 2 years old and upwards, cannot be computed at less than 10 shillings apiece per annum, the nation's stock will be thereby increased 50,000 pounds per annum. Besides, the profit of a new dish, introduced to the tables of all gentlemen of fortune in the kingdom who have any refinement in taste, and the money will circulate among ourselves, the goods being entirely of our own growth and manufacture. Fourthly, the constant breeders, besides the gain of 8 shillings sterling per annum by the sale of their children, will be rid of the charge of maintaining them after the first year. Fifthly, this food would likewise bring great custom to taverns, where vintners will certainly be so prudent as to procure the best receipts for dressing it to perfection, and consequently have their houses frequented by all the fine gentlemen, who justly value themselves upon their knowledge in good eating, and a skilful cook who understands how to oblige his guests will contrive to make it as expensive as they please. Sixthly, this would be a great inducement to marriage, which all wise nations have either encouraged by rewards or enforced by laws and penalties. It would increase the care and tenderness of mothers towards their children, when they were sure of a settlement for life to these poor babes, provided in some sort by the public, to their annual profit instead of expense. We should soon see an honest emulation among the married women, which of them could bring the fattest child to market. Men would become as fond of their wives during the time of their pregnancy as they now are of their mares and foal, their cows and calf, or so when they are ready to farrow, nor offer to beat or kick them, as is too frequent a practice, for fear of a miscarriage. Many other advantages might be enumerated. For instance, the addition of some 1,000 carcasses in our exportation of barreled beef, the propagation of swine's flesh, and improvement in the art of making good bacon, so much wanted among us by the great destruction of pigs, too frequent at our tables, which are no way comparable in taste or magnificence to a well-grown, fat, yearly child, which roasted whole will make a considerable figure at a Lord Mayor's feast, or any other public entertainment. But this, and many others, I omit, being studious of brevity. Supposing that 1,000 families in this city would be constant customers for our infant's flesh, besides others who might have it at merry meetings, particularly at weddings and christenings, I compute that Dublin would take off annually about 20,000 carcasses, and the rest of the kingdom, where probably they will be sold somewhat cheaper, the remaining 80,000. I can think of no one objection that will possibly be raised against this proposal, unless it should be urged that the number of people will be thereby much lessened in the kingdom. This I freely own, and 'twas indeed one principal design in offering it to the world. I desire the reader will observe that I calculate the remedy for this one individual kingdom of Ireland, and for no other that ever was, is, or, I think, ever can be on earth. Therefore let no man talk to me of other expedients, of taxing our absentees at 5 shillings a pound, of using neither cloths nor household furniture, except for what is of our own growth and manufacture, of utterly rejecting the materials and instruments that promote foreign luxury, of curing the expensiveness of pride, vanity, idleness, and gaming in our women, of introducing a vein of parsimony, prudence, and temperance, of learning to love our country, wherein we differ even from the Laplanders and the inhabitants of the Topinambu, of quitting our animosities and factions, nor acting any longer like the Jews, who were murdering one another at the very moment their city was taken, of being a little cautious not to sell our country and consciences for nothing, of teaching landlords to have at least one degree of mercy to their tenants, lastly, of putting a spirit of honesty, industry, and skill into our shopkeepers, who, if a resolution could now be taken to buy only our native goods, would immediately unite to cheat and exact upon us in the price, the measure, and the goodness, nor could ever yet be brought to make one fair proposal of just dealing, though often and earnestly invited to it. Therefore, I repeat, let no man talk to me of these and like expedients, till he hath at least some glimpse of hope that there will ever be some hearty and sincere attempt to put them into practice. But as to myself, having been wearied out for many years with offering vain, idle, visionary thoughts, and at length utterly despairing of success, I fortunately fell upon this proposal, which, as it is wholly new, so it hath something solid and real, of no expense and little trouble, full in our own power, and whereby we can incur no danger of disobliging England. For this kind of commodity will not bear exportation, and flesh being of too tender a consistence to admit a long continuance in salt, although perhaps I could name a country which would be glad to eat up our whole nation without it. After all, I am not so violently bent upon my own opinion as to reject any offer, proposed by wise men, which shall be found equally innocent, cheap, easy, and effectual. But before something of that kind shall be advanced in contradiction to my scheme, and offering a better, I desire the author or authors will be pleased maturely to consider 2 points. First, as things now stand, how they will be able to find food and raiment for 100,000 useless mouths and backs; and secondly, there being a round million of creatures in humane figure throughout this kingdom, whose whole subsistence, put into a common stock, would leave them in debt 2,000,000 pounds of sterling, adding those who are beggars by profession to the bulk of farmers, cottagers, and labourers. with their wives and children, who are beggars in effect. I desire those politicians who dislike my overture, and may perhaps be so bold to attempt an answer, that they will first ask the parents of these mortals whether they would not at this day think it a great happiness to have been sold for food at a year old in the matter I prescribe, and thereby have avoided such a perpetual scene of misfortunes as they have since gone through, by the oppression of landlords, the impossibility of paying rent without money or trade, the want of common sustenance, with neither house nor clothes to cover them from the inclemencies of the weather, and the most inevitable prospect of entailing the like or greater miseries upon their breed for ever. I profess in the sincerity of my heart that I have not the least personal interest in endeavoring to promote this necessary work, having no other motive than the public good of my country, by advancing our trade, providing for infants, relieving the poor, and giving some pleasure to the rich. I have no children by which I can propose to get a single penny, the youngest being 9 years old, and my wife past childbearing. End of A Modest Proposal by Jonathan Swift.
A New Year Riddle by Eugene Field. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sean Randall from the United Kingdom. A New Year Riddle by Eugene Field. Upon this happy New Year night, a roach crawls up my pot of paste, and begs me for a tiny taste. Ay, eat thy fill, for it is right, that while the rest of earth is glad, and bells are ringing wild and free, thou shouldst not, gentle rogueling, be forlorn and gaunt and weak and sad. This paste to-night especially, for thee and all thy kind I fixed. You'll find some whisky in it mixed, for which you have to thank but me. So freely of the banquet take, and if you chance to find a drop of liquor, prithee do not stop, but quaff it for thy stomach's sake. Why dost thou stand upon thy head, all etiquette requirements scorning, and sing, you won't go home till morning, and put me in my little bed? Your tongue, fair roach, is very thick, your eyes are red, your cheeks are pale, your underpinning seems to fail, you are, I wot, full of a tick. Envoy. I think I see that roach's home, that roach's wife with broom in hand. That roach comes staggering homeward, and then all is glum and gloom and gloam. That is the end of A New Year Riddle by Eugene Field, taken from page 2011 of Volume 10 of The Wit and Humour of America, edited by Marshall P. Wilder. It was read for LibriVox.org by Sean Randall on the 13th of August, 2010.
One Touch of Nature by P.G. Wodehouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by BellonaTimes. One Touch of Nature by P.G. Wodehouse. The feelings of Mr. J. Wilmot Birdsey, as he stood wedged in the crowd that moved inch by inch towards the gates of the Chelsea football ground, rather resembled those of a starving man who has just been given a meal, but realized that he is not likely to get another for many days. He was full and happy. He bubbled over with the joy of living and a warm affection for his fellow man. At the back of his mind there lurked the black shadow of future privations, but for the moment he did not allow it to disturb him. On this maddest, merriest day of all the glad new year, he was content to revel in the present and allow the future to take care of itself. Mr. Birdsey had been doing something which he had not done since he left New York 5 years ago. He had been watching a game of baseball. New York lost a great baseball fan when Hugo Percy de Winter Framlingham, 6th Earl of Carricksteed, married May Eleanor, only daughter of Mr. and Mrs. J. Wilmot Birdsey of East 73rd Street, for scarcely had that internationally important event taken place when Mrs. Birdsey, announcing that for the future the home would be in England as near as possible to dear May and dear Hugo, scooped J. Wilmot out of his comfortable Morris chair as if he had been a clam, corked him up in a swift taxicab, and decanted him into a Deck B stateroom on the Olympic, and there he was, an exile. Mr. Birdsey submitted to the worst bit of kidnapping since the days of the old press gang, with that delightful amiability which made him so popular among his fellows and such a cipher in his home. At an early date in his married life his position had been clearly defined beyond possibility of mistake. It was his business to make money, and when called upon to jump through hoops and sham dead at the bidding of his wife and daughter May. These duties he had been performing conscientiously for a matter of 20 years. It was only occasionally that his humble role jarred upon him, for he loved his wife and idolized his daughter. The international alliance had been one of these occasions. He had no objection to Hugo Percy, 6th Earl of Carricksteed. The crushing blow had been the sentence of exile. He loved baseball with a love passing the love of women, and the prospect of never seeing a game again in his life appalled him. And then, one morning, like a voice from another world, had come the news that the White Sox and the Giants were to give an exhibition in London at the Chelsea football ground. He had counted the days like a child before Christmas. There had been obstacles to overcome before he could attend the game, but he had overcome them, and had been seated in the front row when the two teams lined up before King George. And now he was moving slowly from the ground with the rest of the spectators. Fate had been very good to him. It had given him a great game, even unto 2 home runs. But its crowning benevolence had been to allot the seats on either side of him to 2 men of his own mettle, 2 godlike beings who knew every move on the board, and howled like wolves when they did not see eye to eye with the umpire. Long before the 9th innings he was feeling towards them the affection of a shipwrecked mariner who meets a couple of boyhood chums on a desert island. As he shouldered his way towards the gate he was aware of these 2 men, one on either side of him. He looked at them fondly, trying to make up his mind which of them he liked best. It was sad to think that they must soon go out of his life again forever. He came to a sudden resolution. He would postpone the parting. He would ask them to dinner. Over the best that the Savoy Hotel could provide they would fight the afternoon's battle over again. He did not know who they were or anything about them, but what did that matter? They were brother fans. That was enough for him. The man on his right was young, clean-shaven, and of a somewhat Voltairine cast of countenance. His face was cold and impassive now, almost forbiddingly so, but only half an hour before it had been a battlefield of conflicting emotions, and his hat still showed the dent where he had banged it against the edge of his seat on the occasion of Mr. Daly's home run. A worthy guest. The man on Mr. Birdsey's left belonged to another species of fan. Though there had been times during the game when he had howled, for the most part he had watched in silence so hungrily tense that a less experienced observer than Mr. Birdsey might have attributed his immobility to boredom. But one glance at his set jaw and gleaming eyes told him that here also was a man and a brother. This man's eyes were still gleaming, and under their curiously deep tan his bearded cheeks were pale. He was staring straight in front of him with an unseeing gaze. Mr. Birdsey tapped the young man on the shoulder. "Some game," he said. The young man looked at him and smiled. "You bet," he said. "I haven't seen a ball game in 5 years. The last one I saw was 2 years ago next June." "Come and have some dinner at my hotel and talk it over," said Mr. Birdsey impulsively. "Sure," said the young man. Mr. Birdsey turned and tapped the shoulder of the man on his left. The result was a little unexpected. The man gave a start that was almost a leap, and the pallor of his face became a sickly white. His eyes, as he swung round, met Mr Birdsey's for an instant before they dropped, and there was panic fear in them. His breath whistled softly through clenched teeth. Mr Birdsey was taken aback. The cordiality of the clean-shaven young man had not prepared him for the possibility of such a reception. He felt chilled. He was on the point of apologizing with some murmur about a mistake, when the man reassured him by smiling. It was rather a painful smile, but it was enough for Mr Birdsey. The man might be of a nervous temperament, but his heart was in the right place. He, too, smiled. He was a small, stout, red-faced little man, and he possessed a smile that rarely failed to set strangers at their ease. Many strenuous years on the New York Stock Exchange had not destroyed a certain childlike amiability in Mr Birdsey, and it shone out when he smiled at you. "I'm afraid I startled you," he said soothingly. "I wanted to ask you if you would let a perfect stranger, who also happens to be an exile, offer you dinner tonight." The man winced. "Exile?" "An exiled fan. Don't you feel that the Polo Grounds are a good long way away? This gentleman is joining me. I have a suite at the Savoy Hotel, and I thought we might all have a quiet little dinner there and talk about the game. I haven't seen a ball game in 5 years." "Nor have I." "Then you must come. You really must. We fans ought to stick to one another in a strange land. Do come." "Thank you," said the bearded man. "I will." When three men, all strangers, sit down to dinner together, conversation, even if they happen to have a mutual passion for baseball, is apt to be for a while a little difficult. The first fine frenzy in which Mr Birdsey had issued his invitations had begun to ebb by the time the soup was served, and he was conscious of a feeling of embarrassment. There was some subtle hitch in the orderly progress of affairs. He sensed it in the air. Both of his guests were disposed to silence, and the clean-shaven young man had developed a trick of staring at the man with the beard, which was obviously distressing that sensitive person. "Wine," murmured Mr Birdsey to the waiter. "Wine, wine." He spoke with the earnestness of a general calling up his reserves for the grand attack. The success of this little dinner mattered enormously to him. There were circumstances which were going to make it an oasis in his life. He wanted it to be an occasion to which, in gray days to come, he could look back and be consoled. He could not let it be a failure. He was about to speak when the young man anticipated him. Leaning forward, he addressed the bearded man, who was crumbling bread with an absent look in his eyes. "Surely we have met before," he said. "I'm sure I remember your face." The effect of these words on the other was as curious as the effect of Mr Birdsey's tap on the shoulder had been. He looked up like a hunted animal. He shook his head without speaking. "Curious," said the young man. "I could have sworn to it, and I am positive that it was somewhere in New York. Do you come from New York?" "Yes." "It seems to me," said Mr Birdsey, "that we ought to introduce ourselves. Funny it didn't strike any of us before. My name is Birdsey, J. Wilmot Birdsey. I come from New York." "My name is Waterall," said the young man. "I come from New York." The bearded man hesitated. "My name is Johnson. I used to live in New York." "Where do you live now, Mr Johnson?" asked Waterall. The bearded man hesitated again. "Algiers," he said. Mr Birdsey was inspired to help matters along with small talk. "Algiers," he said. "I have never been there, but I understand that it is quite a place. Are you in business there, Mr Johnson?" "I live there for my health." "Have you been there some time?" inquired Waterall. 5 years." "Then it must have been in New York that I saw you, for I have never been to Algiers, and I am certain I have seen you somewhere. I'm afraid you will think me a bore for sticking to the point like this, but the fact is, the one thing I pride myself on is my memory for faces. It's a hobby of mine. If I think I remember a face, and can't place it, I worry myself into insomnia. It's partly sheer vanity, and partly because in my job a good memory for faces is a mighty fine asset. It has helped me 100 times. Mr. Birdsey was an intelligent man, and he could see that Waterall's table talk was for some reason getting upon Johnson's nerves. Like a good host, he endeavored to cut in and make things smooth. "I've heard great accounts of Algiers," he said helpfully. "A friend of mine was there in his yacht last year. It must be a delightful spot." "It's a hell on earth," snapped Johnson, and slew the conversation on the spot. Through a grim silence an angel in human form fluttered in, a waiter bearing a bottle. The pop of the cork was more than music to Mr. Birdsey's ears. It was the booming of the guns of the relieving army. The first glass, as first glasses will, thawed the bearded man to the extent of inducing him to try and pick up the fragments of the conversation which he had shattered. "I am afraid you will have thought me abrupt, Mr. Birdsey," he said, awkwardly, "but then you haven't lived in Algiers for 5 years, and I have." Mr. Birdsey chirruped sympathetically. "I liked it at first. It looked mighty good to me, but 5 years of it, and nothing else to look forward to till you die." He stopped, and emptied his glass. Mr. Birdsey was still perturbed. True, conversation was proceeding in a sort of way, but it had taken a distinctly gloomy turn. Slightly flushed with the excellent champagne which he had selected for this important dinner, he endeavored to lighten it. "I wonder," he said, "which of us 3 fans had the greatest difficulty in getting to the bleachers today. I guess none of it found it too easy." The young man shook his head. "Don't count on me to contribute a romantic story to this Arabian Nights entertainment. My difficulty would have been to stop away. My name's Waterall, and I'm the London correspondent of the New York Chronicle. I had to be there this afternoon, in the way of business." Mr. Birdsey giggled self-consciously, but not without a certain impish pride. "The laugh will be on me when you hear my confession. My daughter married an English earl, and my wife brought me over here to mix with his crowd. There was a big dinner party tonight at which the whole gang were to be present, and it was as much as my life was worth to sidestep it. But when you get the Giants and the White Sox playing ball within 50 miles of you, well, I packed a grip and sneaked out the back way, and got to the station and caught the fast train to London. And what is going on back there at this moment I don't like to think. About now," said Mr. Birdsey, looking at his watch, "I guess they'll be pronging the hors d'oeuvres and gazing at the empty chair. It was a shame to do it, but, for the love of Mike, what else could I have done?" He looked at the bearded man. "Did you have any adventures, Mr. Johnson?" "No, I just came." The young man Waterall leaned forward. His manner was quiet, but his eyes were glittering. "Wasn't that enough of an adventure for you?" he said. Their eyes met across the table. Seated between them, Mr. Birdsey looked from one to the other, vaguely disturbed. Something was happening, a drama was going on, and he had not the key to it. Johnson's face was pale, and the tablecloth crumpled into a crooked ridge under his fingers, but his voice was steady as he replied, "I don't understand." "Will you understand if I give you your right name, Mr. Benyon?" "What's all this?" said Mr. Birdsey feebly. Waterall turned to him, the vulturine cast of his face more noticeable than ever. Mr. Birdsey was conscious of a sudden distaste for this young man. "It's quite simple, Mr. Birdsey. If you have not been entertaining angels unawares, you have at least been giving a dinner to a celebrity. I told you I was sure I had seen this gentleman before. I have just remembered where and when. This is Mr. John Benyon, and I last saw him 5 years ago, when I was a reporter in New York, and covered his trial." "His trial?" "He robbed the New Asiatic Bank of $100,000, jumped his bail, and was never heard of again." "For the love of Mike!" Mr. Birdsey stared at his guest with eyes that grew momently wider. He was amazed to find that deep down in him there was an unmistakable feeling of elation. He had made up his mind, when he left home that morning, that this was to be a day of days. Well, nobody could call this an anticlimax. "So that's why you've been living in Algiers?" Benyon did not reply. Outside, the Strand traffic sent a faint murmur into the warm, comfortable room. Waterall spoke. "What on earth induced you, Benyon, to run the risk of coming to London, where every second man you meet is a New Yorker? I can't understand. The chances were 2 to 1 that you would be recognized. You made a pretty big splash with that little affair of yours 5 years ago." Benyon raised his head. His hands were trembling. "I'll tell you," he said, with a kind of savage force which hurt kindly little Mr Birdsey like a blow. "It was because I was a dead man, and I saw a chance of coming to life for a day, because I was sick of the damned tomb I've been living in for 5 centuries, because I've been aching for New York ever since I've left it, and here was a chance of being back there for a few hours. I knew there was a risk. I took a chance on it. Well?" Mr Birdsey's heart was almost too full for words. He had found him at last, the superfan, the man who would go through fire and water for a sight of a game of baseball. Till that moment he had been regarding himself as the nearest approach to that dizzy eminence. He had braved great perils to see this game. Even in this moment his mind would not wholly detach itself from speculation as to what his wife would say to him when he slunk back into the fold. But what had he risked compared with this man Benyon? Mr Birdsey glowed. He could not restrain his sympathy and admiration. True, the man was a criminal. He had robbed a bank of $100,000. But, after all, what was that? They would probably have wasted the money in foolishness. And, anyway, a bank which couldn't take care of its money deserved to lose it. Mr Birdsey felt almost a righteous glow of indignation against the New Asiatic Bank. He broke the silence which had followed Benyon's words with a peculiarly immoral remark. "Well, it's lucky it's only us that's recognized you," he said. Waterall stared. "Are you proposing that we should hush this thing up, Mr Birdsey?" he said coldly. "Oh, well." Waterall rose and went to the telephone. "What are you going to do?" "Call up Scotland Yard, of course. What did you think?" Undoubtedly the young man was doing his duty as a citizen, yet it is to be recorded that Mr Birdsey eyed him with unmixed horror. "You can't! You mustn't!" he cried. "I certainly shall." But this fellow came all that way to see the ball game." It seemed incredible to Mr Birdsey that this aspect of the affair should not be the one to strike everybody to the exclusion of all other aspects. "You can't give him up. It's too raw." "He's a convicted criminal." "He's a fan. Why, say, he's the fan." Waterall shrugged his shoulders and walked to the telephone. Benyon spoke. "One moment." Waterall turned and found himself looking into the muzzle of a small pistol. He laughed. "I expect that. Wave it about all you want." Benyon rested his shaking hand on the edge of the table. "I'll shoot if you move." "You won't. You haven't the nerve. There's nothing to you. You're just a cheap crook, and that's all. You wouldn't find the nerve to pull that trigger in a million years." He took off the receiver. "Give me Scotland Yard," he said. He had turned his back to Benyon. Benyon sat motionless. Then, with a thud, the pistol fell to the ground. The next moment Benyon had broken down. His face was buried in his arms, and he was a wreck of a man, sobbing like a hurt child. Mr Birdsey was profoundly distressed. He sat tingling and helpless. This was a nightmare. Waterall's level voice spoke at the telephone. "Is this Scotland Yard? I am Waterall, of the New York Chronicle. Is Inspector Jarvis there? Ask him to come to the phone. Is that you, Jarvis? This is Waterall. I'm speaking from the Savoy, Mr Birdsey's rooms. Birdsey. Listen, Jarvis. There's a man here that's wanted by the American police. Send someone here and get him. Benyon robbed the New Asiatic Bank in New York. Yes, you've a warrant out for him, 5 years old. All right." He hung up the receiver. Benyon sprang to his feet. He stood, shaking, a pitiable sight. Mr Birdsey had risen with him. They stood looking at Waterall. "You skunk," said Mr Birdsey. "I'm an American citizen," said Waterall, "and I happen to have some idea of a citizen's duties. What is more, I'm a newspaper man, and I have some idea of my duty to my paper. Call me what you like, you won't alter that." Mr Birdsey snorted. "You're suffering from ingrowing sentimentality, Mr Birdsey. That's what's the matter with you. Just because this man has escaped justice for 5 years, you think he ought to be considered quit of the whole thing. But I don't." He took out his cigarette case. He was feeling a great deal more strung up and nervous than he would have had the others suspect. He had a moment of very swift thinking before he had decided to treat that ugly little pistol in a spirit of contempt. Its production had given him a decided shock, and now he was suffering from reaction. As a consequence, because his nerves were strained, he lit his cigarette very languidly, very carefully, and with an offensive superiority which was to Mr Birdsey the last straw. These things are matters of an instant. Only an infinitesimal fraction of time elapsed between the spectacle of Mr Birdsey, indignant but inactive, and Mr Birdsey, berserk, seeing red, frankly and undisguisedly running amok. The transformation took place in the space of time required for the lighting of a match. Even as the match gave out its flame, Mr Birdsey sprang. Eons before, when the young blood ran swiftly in his veins and life was all before him, Mr Birdsey had played football. Once a footballer, always a potential footballer, even to the grave. Time had removed the flying tackle as a factor in Mr Birdsey's life. Wrath brought it back. He dived at young Mr Waterall's neatly trousered legs as he had dived at other legs, less neatly trousered, 30 years ago. They crashed to the floor together, and with the crash came Mr Birdsey's shout, "Run! Run, you fool! Run!" And, even as he clung to his man, breathless, bruised, feeling as if all the world had dissolved in one vast explosion of dynamite, the door opened, banged to, and feet fled down the passage. Mr Birdsey disentangled himself and rose painfully. The shock had brought him to himself. He was no longer berserk. He was a middle-aged gentleman of high respectability who had been behaving in a very peculiar way. Waterall, flushed and dishevelled, glared at him speechlessly. He gulped. "Are you crazy?" Mr Birdsey tested gingerly the mechanism of a leg which lay under suspicion of being broken. Relieved, he put his foot to the ground again. He shook his head at Waterall. He was slightly crumpled, but he achieved a manner of dignified reproof. "You shouldn't have done it, young man. It was raw work. Oh, yes, I know all about that duty of a citizen stuff. It doesn't go. There are exceptions to every rule, and this was one of them. When a man risks his liberty to come and root at a ball game, you've got to hand it to him. He isn't a crook, he's a fan, and we exiled fans have got to stick together." Waterall was quivering with fury, disappointment, and the peculiar unpleasantness of being treated by an elderly gentleman like a sack of coals. He stammered with rage. "You damned old fool! Do you realize what you've done? The police will be here in another minute." "Let them come." "But what am I to say to them? What explanation can I give? What story can I tell them? Can't you see what a hole you've put me in?" Something seemed to click inside Mr Birdsey's soul. It was the berserk mood vanishing and reason leaping back onto her throne. He was able now to think calmly, and what he thought about filled him with a sudden gloom. "Young man," he said, "don't worry yourself. You've got a cinch. You've only got to hand a story to the police. Any old tale will do for them. I'm the man with a really difficult job. I've got to square myself with my wife." End of One Touch of Nature by P.G. Wodehouse.
The Ransom of Red Chief by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ransom of Red Chief. It looked like a good thing, but wait till I tell you. We were down south in Alabama, Bill Driscoll and myself, when this kidnapping idea struck us. It was, as Bill afterward expressed it, during a moment of temporary mental apparition, but we didn't find that out till later. There was a town down there as flat as a flannel cake, and called Summit, of course. It contained inhabitants of as undeleterious and self-satisfied a class of peasantry as ever clustered around a maypole. Bill and me had a joint capital of about $600, and we needed just $2,000 more to pull off a fraudulent town lot scheme in western Illinois with. We talked it over on the front steps of the hotel. Philoprogenitiveness, says we, is strong in semi-rural communities. Therefore, and for other reasons, a kidnapping project ought to do better there than in the radius of newspapers that send reporters out in plain clothes to stir up talk about such things. We knew that Summit couldn't get after us with anything stronger than constables, and maybe some lackadaisical blood towns, and a diatribe or two in the weekly farmer's budget. So it looked good. We selected for our victim the only child of a prominent citizen named Ebenezer Dorset. The father was respectable and tight, a mortgage fancier and a stern, upright collection plate passer and forecloser. The kid was a boy of 10, with bas-relief freckles and hair the color of the cover of a magazine you buy at the newsstand when you want to catch a train. Bill and me figured that Ebenezer would melt down for a ransom of $2,000 to a cent. But wait till I tell you. About 2 miles from Summit was a little mountain covered with a dense cedar brake. On the rear elevation of this mountain was a cave. There we stored provisions. One evening after sundown, we drove in a buggy past old Dorset's house. The kid was in the street throwing rocks at a kitten on the opposite fence. "Hey, little boy," says Bill, "would you like to have a bag of candy and a nice ride?" The boy catches Bill neatly in the eye with a piece of brick. "That'll cost the old man an extra $500, says Bill, climbing over the wheel. That boy put up a fight like a welterweight cinnamon bear, but at last we got him down in the bottom of the buggy and drove away. We took him up to the cave, and I hitched the horse in the cedar brake. After dark, I drove the buggy to the little village 3 miles away, where we had hired it, and walked back to the mountain. Bill was pasting court plaster all over the scratches and bruises on his features. There was a fire burning behind the big rock at the entrance of the cave, and the boy was watching a pot of boiling coffee, with 2 buzzard tail feathers stuck in his red hair. He points a stick at me when I come up and says, "Ha! Cursed pale face! Do you dare enter the camp of Red Chief, the terror of the plains?" "He's all right now," says Bill, rolling up his trousers and examining some bruises on his shins. "We're playing Indian. We're making Buffalo Bill's show look like a magic lantern views of Palestine in the town hall. I'm old Hank, the trapper, Red Chief's captive, and I'm to be scalped at daybreak. By Geronimo, that kid can kick hard." Yes, sir, that boy seemed to be having the time of his life. The fun of camping out in a cave had made him forget that he was a captive himself. He immediately christened me Snake Eye the Spy, and announced that, when his braves returned from the war path, I was to be broiled at the stake at the rising of the sun. Then we had supper, and he filled his mouth full of bacon and bread and gravy, and began to talk. He made a during dinner speech something like this: "I like this fine. I never camped out before, but I had a pet possum once, and I was 9 last birthday. I hate to go to school. Rats ate up 16 of Jimmy Talbot's Aunt Speckled Hen's eggs. Are there any real Indians in these woods? I want some more gravy. Does the trees move and make the wind blow? We had 5 puppies. What makes your nose so red, Hank? My father has lots of money. Are the stars hot? I whipped Ed Walker twice Saturday. I don't like girls. You dasn't catch toads unless with a string. Do oxen make any noise? Why are oranges round? Have you got beds to sleep on in this cave? Amos Murray has got 6 toes. A parrot can talk, but a monkey or a fish can't. How many does it take to make 12? Every few minutes he would remember that he was a pesky redskin, and pick up his stick rifle and tiptoe to the mouth of the cave to rubber for the scalps of the hated pale-face. Now and then he would let out a war whoop that made old Hank the Trapper shiver. That boy had Bill terrorized from the start. "Red Chief," says I to the kid, "would you like to go home?" "Aw, what for?" says he. "I don't have any fun at home. I hate to go to school. I like to camp out. You won't take me back home again, Snake Eye, will you?" "Not right away," says I. "We'll stay here in the cave a little while." "All right," says he. "That'll be fine. I never had such fun in all my life." We went to bed about 11 o'clock. We spread down some wide blankets and quilts and put Red Chief between us. We weren't afraid he'd run away. He kept us awake for 3 hours, jumping up and reaching for his rifle and screeching, "Hist, pard!" in mine and Bill's ears, as the fancied crackle of a twig or the rustle of a leaf revealed to his young imagination the stealthy approach of the outlaw band. At last I fell into a troubled sleep, and dreamed that I had been kidnapped and chained to a tree by a ferocious pirate with red hair. Just at daybreak, I was awakened by a series of awful screams from Bill. They weren't yells or howls or shouts or whoops or yawps, such as you'd expect from a manly set of vocal organs. They were simply indecent, terrifying, humiliating screams, such as women emit when they see ghosts or caterpillars. It's an awful thing to hear a strong, desperate, fat man scream incontinently in a cave at daybreak. I jumped up to see what the matter was. Red Chief was sitting on Bill's chest, with one hand twined in Bill's hair. In the other he had the sharp case knife we used for slicing bacon, and he was industriously and realistically trying to take Bill's scalp, according to the sentence that had been pronounced upon him the evening before. I got the knife away from the kid and made him lie down again, but from that moment Bill's spirit was broken. He lay down on his side of the bed, but he never closed an eye again in sleep as long as that boy was with us. I dozed off for a while, but along towards sunup I remembered that Red Chief had said I was to be burned at the stake at the rising of the sun. I wasn't nervous or afraid, but I sat up and lit my pipe and leaned against a rock. "What you getting up so soon for, Sam?" asked Bill. "Me?" says I. "Oh, I got a kind of pain in my shoulder. I thought sitting up would rest it." "You're a liar," says Bill. "You're afraid. You was to be burned at sunrise, and you was afraid he'd do it. And he would, too, if he could find a match." "Oh, ain't it awful, Sam? You think anybody will pay out money to get a little imp like that back home?" "Sure," said I. "Rowdy kid like that is just the kind the parents dote on. Now, you and the Chief get up and cook breakfast while I go up on top of the mountain and reconnoiter." I went up on the peak of the little mountain and ran my eye over the contiguous vicinity. Over toward summit I expected to see the sturdy yeomanry of the village, armed with scythes and pitchforks, beating the countryside for the dastardly kidnappers, but what I saw was a peaceful landscape, dotted with one man plowing with a dun mule. Nobody was dragging the creek. No couriers dashed hither and yon, bringing tidings of no news to the distracted parents. There was a sylvan attitude of somnolent sleepiness pervading that section of the external outward surface of Alabama that lay exposed to my view. "Perhaps," says I to myself, "it has not yet been discovered that the wolves have borne away the tender lambkin from the fold. Heaven help the wolves," says I, and I went down the mountain to breakfast. When I got to the cave I found Bill backed up against the side of it, breathing hard, and the boy threatening to smash him with a rock half as big as a coconut. "He put a red-hot boiled potato down my back," explained Bill, "and then mashed it with his foot, and I boxed his ears. You got a gun about you, Sam?" I took the rock away from the boy and kind of patched up the argument. "I'll fix you," says the kid to Bill. "No man ever yet struck the Red Chief but what he got paid for it. You better beware." After breakfast the kid takes a piece of leather with strings wrapped around it out of his pocket and goes outside the cave, unwinding it. "What's he up to now?" says Bill anxiously. "You don't think he'll run away, do you, Sam?" "No fear of it," says I. "He don't seem to be much of a homebody, but we've got to fix up some plan about the ransom. There don't seem to be much excitement around Summit on account of his disappearance, but maybe they haven't realized yet that he's gone. His folks may think he's spending the night with Aunt Jane or one of the neighbors. Anyhow, he'll be missed today. Tonight we must get a message to his father, demanding the $2,000 for his return." Just then we heard a kind of war whoop, such as David might have emitted when he knocked out the champion Goliath. It was a sling that Red Chief had pulled out of his pocket, and he was whirling it around his head. I dodged and heard a heavy thud and a kind of sigh from Bill, like a horse gives out when you take off his saddle. A niggerhead rock the size of an egg had caught Bill just behind his left ear. He loosened himself all over and fell in the fire, across the frying pan of hot water for washing the dishes. I dragged him out and poured cold water on his head for half an hour. By and by, Bill sits up and feels behind his ear and says, "Sam, do you know who my favorite biblical character is?" "Take it easy," says I. "You'll come to your senses presently." "King Herod," says he. "You won't go away and leave me here alone, will you, Sam? I went out and caught that boy and shook him till his freckles rattled. If you don't behave," says I, "I'll take you straight home. Now are you going to be good or not?" "Oh, I was only funning," he says sullenly. "I didn't mean to hurt old Hank. But what did he hit me for? I'll behave, Snake Eye, if you won't send me home, and if you'll let me play the Black Scout today." "Oh, I don't know the game," says I. "That's for you and Mr. Bill to decide. He's your playmate for the day. I'm going away for a while on business. Now you come in and make friends with him and say you're sorry for hurting him, or home you go, at once." I made him and Bill shake hands, and then I took Bill aside and told him I was going to Poplar Cove, a little village 3 miles from the cave, and find out what I could about how the kidnapping had been regarded in Summit. Also, I thought it best to send a peremptory letter to the old man Dorset that day, demanding the ransom and dictating how it should be paid. "You know, Sam," says Bill, "I've stood by you without batting an eye in earthquakes, fire, and flood, in poker games, dynamite outrages, police raids, train robberies, and cyclones. I never lost my nerve yet till we kidnapped that two-legged skyrocket of a kid. He's got me going. You won't leave me long with him, will you, Sam?" "I'll be back sometime this afternoon," says I. "You must keep the boy amused and quiet till I return. And now we'll write the letter to old Dorset." Bill and I got paper and pencil and worked on the letter while Red Chief, with a blanket wrapped around him, strutted up and down, guarding the mouth of the cave. Bill begged me tearfully to make the ransom $1,500 instead of $2,000. "I ain't attempting," says he, "to decry the celebrated moral aspect of parental affection, but we're dealing with humans, and it ain't human for anybody to give up $2,000 for that 40-pound chunk of freckled wildcat. I'm willing to take a chance at $1,500. You can charge the difference up to me." So, to relieve Bill, I acceded, and we collaborated a letter that ran this way: "Ebenezer Dorset, Esquire, we have your boy concealed in a place far from Summit. It is useless for you or the most skillful detectives to attempt to find him. Absolutely, the only terms on which you can have him restored to you are these: we demand $1,500 in large bills for his return, the money to be left at midnight tonight at the same spot and in the same box as your reply, as hereinafter described. If you agree to these terms, send your answer in writing by a solitary messenger tonight at 8:30. After crossing Owl Creek on the road to Poplar Cove, there are 3 large trees, about 100 yards apart, close to the fence of the wheat field on the right-hand side. At the bottom of the fence post, opposite the 3rd tree, will be found a small pasteboard box. The messenger will place the answer in this box and return immediately to Summit. If you attempt any treachery or fail to comply with our demand as stated, you will never see your boy again. If you pay the money as demanded, he will be returned to you safe and well within 3 hours. These terms are final, and if you do not accede to them, no further communication will be attempted. 2 desperate men. I addressed this letter to Dorset and put it in my pocket. As I was about to start, the kid comes up to me and says, "Aw, Snake Eye, you said I could play the Black Scout while you was gone." "Well, play it, of course," says I. "Mr. Bill can play with you. What kind of game is it?" "I'm the Black Scout," says Red Chief, "and I have to ride to the stockade to warn the settlers that the Indians are coming. I'm tired of playing Indian myself. I want to be the Black Scout." "All right," says I. "Sounds harmless to me. I guess Mr. Bill will help you foil the pesky savages." "What am I to do?" asks Bill, looking at the kid suspiciously. "You are the hoss," said the Black Scout. "Get down on your hands and knees. How can I ride to the stockade without a hoss?" "You'd better keep him interested," said I, "till we get the scheme going. Loosen up." Bill gets down on all fours, and a look comes in his eye like a rabbit's when you catch it in a trap. "How far is it to the stockade, kid?" he asks in a husky manner of voice. 90 miles, said the Black Scout, "and you have to hump yourself to get there on time. Whoa, now!" The Black Scout jumps on Bill's back and digs his heels in his side. "For heaven's sake," says Bill, "hurry back, Sam, as soon as you can. I wish we hadn't made the ransom more than 1,000. Say, you quit kicking me or I'll get up and warm you good." I walked over to Poplar Cove and sat around the post office and store, talking with the chaw bacons that came in to trade. One whiskerando says that he hears Summit is all upset on account of Elder Ebenezer Dorset's boy having been lost or stolen. That was all I wanted to know. I bought some smoking tobacco, referred casually to the price of black-eyed peas, posted my letter surreptitiously, and came away. Postmaster said the mail carrier would come by in about an hour to take the mail on to Summit. When I got back to the cave, Bill and the boy were not to be found. I explored the vicinity of the cave and risked a yodel or two, but there was no response. So I lighted my pipe and sat down on a mossy bank to await developments. In about a half an hour I heard the bushes rustle, and Bill wabbled out into the little glade in front of the cave. Behind him was the kid, stepping softly like a scout, with a broad grin on his face. Bill stopped, took off his hat, and wiped his face with a red handkerchief. The kid stopped about 8 feet behind him. "Sam," says Bill, "I suppose you'll think I'm renegade, but I couldn't help it. I'm a grown person with masculine proclivities and habits of self-defense. But there is a time when all systems of egotism and predominance fail. The boy is gone. I have sent him home. All is off. There was martyrs in old times," says Bill, "that suffered death rather than give up the particular graft they enjoyed. None of 'em was ever subjugated to the supernatural tortures as I have been. I tried to be faithful to our articles of depredation, but there came a limit." "What's the trouble, Bill?" I asked him. "I was rode," says Bill, "the 90 miles to the stockade, not barring an inch. Then, when the settlers was rescued, I was given oats. Sand ain't a palatable substitute. And then for an hour I had to try to explain to him why there was nothing in holes, how a road can run both ways, and what makes the grass green. I tell you, Sam, a human can only stand so much. It takes him by the neck of his clothes and drags him down the mountain. On the way he kicks my legs black and blue from the knees down, and I've got to have 2 or 3 bites on my thumb and hand cauterized. But he's gone," continues Bill, "gone home. I showed him the road to Summit and kicked him about 8 feet nearer there at one kick. I'm sorry we lose the ransom, but it was either that or Bill Driscoll to the madhouse." Bill is puffing and blowing, but there's a look of ineffable peace and growing content on his rose-pink features. "Bill," says I, "there isn't any heart disease in your family, is there?" "No," says Bill, "nothing chronic except malaria and accidents. Why?" "Then you might turn around," says I, "and have a look behind you." Bill turns and sees the boy, and loses his complexion, and sits down plump on the road, and begins to pluck aimlessly at grass and little sticks. For an hour I was afraid for his mind. And then I told him that my scheme was to put the whole job through immediately, and that we could get the ransom and be off with it by midnight if old Dorset fell in with our proposition. So Bill braced up enough to give the kid a weak sort of smile and a promise to play the Russian and a Japanese war with him as soon as he felt a little better. I had a scheme for collecting that ransom without danger of being caught by counterplots that ought to commend itself to professional kidnappers. The tree under which the answer was to be left, and the money later on, was close to the road fence with big bare fields on all sides. If a gang of constables should be watching for anyone to come for the note, they could see 'em a long way off crossing the fields or in the road. But no siree. At 8:30 I was up in that tree as well hidden as a tree toad, waiting for the messenger to arrive. Exactly on time, a half-grown boy rides up on a bicycle, locates the pasteboard box at the foot of the fence post, slips a folded piece of paper into it, and pedals away back again toward Summit. I waited an hour, and then concluded the thing was square. I slid down the tree, got the note, slipped along the fence till I struck the woods, and was back at the cave in another half-hour. I opened the note, got near the lantern, and read it to Bill. It was written with pen, in a crabbed hand, and the sum and substance of it was this. 2 desperate men. Gentlemen, I received your letter today by post. In regard to the ransom, you ask for the return of my son. I think you are a little high in your demands, and hereby make you a counter-proposition, which I am inclined to believe you will accept. You bring Johnny home, and pay me $250 cash, and I agree to take him off your hands. You had better come at night, for the neighbors believe he is lost, and I couldn't be responsible for what they would do to anybody they saw bringing him back. Very respectfully, Ebenezer Dorset. Great pirates of Penzance, says I, of all the impudent... But I glanced at Bill and hesitated. He had the most appealing look in his eyes I ever saw on the face of a dumb or talking brute. Sam, says he, what's $250 after all? We've got the money. One more night of this kid will send me to a bed in Bedlam. Besides, being a thorough gentleman, I think Mr. Dorset is a spendthrift for making us such a liberal offer. You ain't going to let the chance go, are you? Tell you the truth, Bill, says I, this little he-you lamb has somewhat got on my nerves, too. We'll take him home, pay the ransom, and make our getaway. We took him home that night. We got him to go by telling him that his father had bought a silver-mounted rifle and a pair of moccasins for him, and we were going to hunt bears the next day. It was just 12 o'clock when we knocked at Ebenezer's front door. Just at that moment when I should have been abstracting the $1,500 from the box under the tree, according to the original proposition, Bill was counting out $250 into Dorset's hand. When the kid found out we were going to leave him at home, he started up a howl like a calliope and fastened himself as tight as a leech to Bill's leg. His father peeled him away gradually, like a porous plaster. "How long can you hold him?" asked Bill. "I'm not as strong as I used to be," says old Dorset, "but I think I can promise you 10 minutes. "Enough," says Bill. "In 10 minutes I shall cross the central, southern, and middle western states, and be legging it trippingly for the Canadian border." And as dark as it was, and as fat as Bill was, and as good a runner as I am, he was a good mile and a half out of Summit before I could catch up with him. End of The Ransom of Red Chief by O. Henry. Read by Megan Hinkson.
The Riverman by Stuart Edward White. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by BellonaTimes. The Riverman by Stuart Edward White. I first met him one 4th of July afternoon in the middle '80s. The sawdust streets and high board sidewalks of the lumber town were filled to the brim with people. The permanent population, dressed in the stiffness of its Sunday best, escorted gingham wives or sweethearts. A dozen outsiders like myself tried not to be too conspicuous in a city smartness. But the great multitude was composed of the men of the woods. I sat, chair tilted by the hotel, watching them pass, their heavy woolen shirts crossed by their broad suspenders, the red of their sashes or leather shine of their belts, their short kersey trousers stagged off to leave a gap between the knee and the heavily spiked cork boots. All these were distinctive enough of their class, but most interesting to me were the eyes that peered from beneath their little round hats, tilted rakishly askew. They were all subtly alike, those eyes. Some were black, some were brown, or gray, or blue, but all were steady and unabashed, all looking straight at you with a strange humorous blending of aggression and respect for your own business, and all, without exception, wrinkled at the corners with a suggestion of dry humor. In my half-conscious scrutiny, I probably stared harder than I knew, for all at once a laughing pair of the blue eyes suddenly met mine full, and an ironical voice drawled, "Say, bub, you look as interested as a man killing snakes. Am I your long-lost friend?" The tone of the voice matched accurately the attitude of the man, and that was quite non-committal. He stood cheerfully ready to meet the emergency. If I sought trouble, it was here to my hand, or if I needed help, he was willing to offer it. "I guess you are," I replied, "if you can tell me what all this outfit's headed for." He thrust back his hat and ran his hand through a mop of closely cropped light curls. "Birling match," he explained briefly. "Come on." I joined him, and together we followed the crowd to the river, where we roosted like cormorants on adjacent piles overlooking a patch of clear water among the filled booms. "Drive just over," my new friend informed me. "Rear come down last night. 4th of July celebration. This little town will scratch for the tall timber along about midnight when the boys goes in to take her apart." A half-dozen men with peavies rolled a white pine log of about a foot and a half diameter into the clear water, where it lay rocking back and forth, 3 or 4 feet from the boom piles. Suddenly a man ran the length of the boom, leapt easily into the air, and landed with both feet square on one end of the floating log. That end disappeared in an ankle-deep swirl of white foam. The other rose suddenly. The whole timber, projected forward by the shock, drove headlong to the middle of the little pond. And the man, his arms folded, his knees just bent in the graceful, nervous attitude of the circus rider, stood upright, like a statue of bronze. A roar approved this feat. "That's Dicky Darrell," said my informant. "Roaring Dick. He's hell, and, repeat, watch him." The man on the log was small, with clean, beautiful haunches and shoulders, but with hanging baboon arms. Perhaps his most striking feature was a mop of reddish-brown hair that overshadowed a little triangular white face, accented by 2 reddish-brown quadrilaterals that served as eyebrows and a pair of inscrutable chipmunk eyes. For a moment he poised erect in the great calm of the public performer. Then, slowly, he began to revolve the log under his feet. The lofty gaze, the folded arms, the straight supple waist budged not by a hair's breadth. Only the feet stepped forward, at first deliberately, then faster and faster, until the rolling log threw a blue spray a foot into the air. Then suddenly, slap, slap, the heavy caulks stamped a reversal. The log came instantaneously to rest, quivering exactly like some animal that had been spurred through its paces. "Magnificent!" I cried. "Hell, that's nothing," my companion repressed me. "Anybody can burl a log. Watch this." Roaring Dick for the first time unfolded his arms. With some appearance of caution he balanced his unstable footing into absolute immobility. Then he turned a somersault. That was the real thing. My friend uttered a wild yell of applause which was lost in a general roar. A long pike pole shot out, bit the end of the timber, and towed it to the boom pile. Another man stepped on the log with Darrell. They stood facing each other, bent-kneed, alert. Suddenly, with one accord, they commenced to burl the log from left to right. The pace grew hot. Like squirrels treading a cage, their feet twinkled. Then it became apparent that Darrell's opponent was gradually being forced from the top of the log. He could not keep up. Little by little, still moving desperately, he dropped back to the slant, then at last to the edge, and so off into the river with a mighty splash. "Clean burled," commented my friend. One after another, a half dozen rivermen tackled the imperturbable Dick, but none of them possessed the agility to stay on top in the pace he set them. One boy of 18 seemed for a moment to hold his own, and managed at least to keep out of the water even when Darrell had apparently reached his maximum speed. But that expert merely threw his entire weight into 2 reversing stamps of his feet, and the young fellow dove forward as abruptly as though he had been shied over a horse's head. The crowd was by now getting uproarious and impatient of volunteer effort to humble Darrell's challenge. It wanted the best, and at once. It began, with increasing insistence, to shout a name. "Jimmy Powers!" it vociferated. "Jimmy Powers!" And then, by shamefaced bashfulness, by profane protest, by muttered and comprehensive curses, I knew that my companion on the other pile was indicated. A dozen men near at hand began to shout. "Here he is!" they cried. "Come on, Jimmy! Don't be a high banker! Hang his hide on the fence!" Jimmy, still red and swearing, suffered himself to be pulled from his elevation and disappeared in the throng. A moment later I caught his head and shoulders pushing toward the boom piles, and so in a moment he stepped warily aboard to face his antagonist. This was evidently no question to be determined by the simplicity of force or the simplicity of a child's trick. The 2 men stood half crouched, face to face, watching each other narrowly, but making no move. To me they seemed like 2 wrestlers sparring for an opening. Slowly the log revolved one way, then slowly the other. It was a mere courtesy of salute. All at once Dick burled 3 rapid strokes from left to right as though about to roll the log, leapt into the air, and landed square with both feet on the other slant of the timber. Jimmy Powers felt the jar, and acknowledged it by the spasmodic jerk with which he counterbalanced Darrell's weight, but he was not thrown. As though this daring and hazardous maneuver had opened the combat, both men sprang to life. Sometimes the log rolled one way, sometimes the other, sometimes it jerked from side to side like a crazy thing, but always with the rapidity of light, always in a smother of spray and foam. The decided spat, spat, spat of the reversing blows from the cocked boots sounded like picket firing. I could not make out the different leads, feints, parries, and counters of this strange method of boxing, nor could I distinguish to whose initiative the various evolutions of that log could be described. But I retained still a vivid mental picture of 2 men nearly motionless above the waist, nearly vibrant below it, dominating the insane gyrations of a stick of pine. The crowd was appreciative and partisan for Jimmy Powers. It howled wildly, and rose thereby to ever higher excitement. Then it forgot its manners utterly, and groaned when it made out that a sudden splash represented its favorite, while the indomitable Darrell still trod the quarter-deck as champion burler for the year. I must confess I was as sorry as anybody. I climbed down from my cormorant roost, and picked my way between the alleys of aromatic piled lumber in order to avoid the press, and cursed the little gods heartily for undue partiality in the wrong direction. In this manner I happened on Jimmy Powers himself, seated dripping on a board, and examining his bared foot. "I'm sorry," said I behind him. "How did he do it?" He whirled, and I could see that his laughing boyish face had become suddenly grim and stern, and that his eyes were shot with blood. "Oh, it's you, is it?" he growled disparagingly. "Well, that's how he did it." He held out his foot. Across the instep and at the base of the toes ran 2 rows of tiny round punctures from which the blood was oozing. I looked very inquiring. "He corked me," Jimmy Powers explained. "Jammed his spikes into me, stepped on my foot, and tripped me. The Jimmy Powers certainly could swear. "Why didn't you make a kick?" I cried. "That ain't how I do it," he muttered, pulling on his heavy woolen sock. "But no," I insisted, my indignation mounting. "It's an outrage. That crowd was with you. All you had to do was to say something." He cut me short. "Give myself away as a damn fool? Sure, Mike. I ought to know Dickie Darrell by this time, and I ought to be big enough to take care of myself." He stamped his foot into his driver's shoe and took me by the arm, his good humor apparently restored. "No, don't you lose any hair, bub. I'll get even with Roaring Dick." That night, having by the advice of the proprietor moved my bureau and trunk against the bedroom door, I lay wide awake listening to the taking of the town apart. At each especially vicious crash I wondered if that might be Jimmy Powers getting even with Roaring Dick. The following year, but earlier in the season, I again visited my little lumber town. In striking contrast to the life of that other midsummer day were the deserted streets. The landlord knew me, and after I had washed and eaten, approached me with a suggestion. "You got all day in front of you," said he. "Why don't you take a horse and buggy and make a visit to the big jam? Everybody's up there, more or less." In response to my inquiry, he replied, "They've jammed at the upper bend. Jammed bad. The crew's been picking at her for near a week now, and last night Darrell was down to see about some more dynamite. It's worth seeing. The breast of her is nearly 30 foot high, and lots of water in the river." "Darrell?" said I, catching at the name. "Yes, he's rear boss this year. Do you think you'd like to take a look at her?" "I think I should," I assented. The horse and I jogged slowly along a deep sand road, through wastes of pine stumps and belts of hardwood beautiful with the early spring, until finally we arrived at a clearing in which stood two huge tents, a mammoth kettle slung over a fire of logs, and drying racks about the timbers of another fire. A fat cook in the inevitable battered derby hat, two bare-armed cookies, and a chore boy of 70-odd summers were the only human beings in sight. One of the cookies agreed to keep an eye on my horse. I picked my way down a well-worn trail toward the regular clink, clank, click of the peavies. I emerged finally to a plateau elevated some 50 or 60 feet above the river. A half-dozen spectators were already gathered. Among them I could not but notice a tall, spare, broad-shouldered young fellow, dressed in a quiet business suit, somewhat wrinkled, whose square, strong, clean-cut face and muscular hands were tanned by the weather to a dark umber brown. In another moment I looked down on the jam. The breast, as my landlord had told me, rose sheer from the water to the height of at least 25 feet, bristling and formidable. Back of it pressed the volume of logs packed closely in an apparently inextricable tangle as far as the eye could reach. A man near informed me that the tail was a good 3 miles upstream. From beneath this wonderful chevaux de frise foamed the current of the river, irresistible to any force less mighty than the statics of such a mass. A crew of 40 or 50 men were at work. They clamped their peavies to the reluctant timbers, heaved, pushed, slid, and rolled them one by one into the current, where they were caught and borne away. They had been doing this for a week. As yet their efforts had made but slight impression on the bulk of the jam, but some time, with patience, they would reach the key logs. Then the tangle would melt like sugar in the freshet, and these imperturbable workers would have to escape suddenly over the plunging logs to shore. My eye ranged over the men, and finally rested on Dickie Darrell. He was standing on the slanting end of an upheaved log, dominating the scene. His little triangular face, with the accents of the quadrilateral eyebrows, was pale with the blaze of his energy, and his chipmunk eyes seemed to flame with a dynamic vehemence that caused those on whom their glance fell to jump as though they had been touched with a hot poker. I had heard more of Dickie Darrell since my last visit, and was glad of the chance to observe Morrison and Daly's best driver at work. The jam seemed on the very edge of breaking. After half an hour's strained expectation, it seemed still on the very edge of breaking. So I sat down on a stump. Then for the first time I noticed another acquaintance handling his peavey near the very person of the rear boss. "Hullo," I said to myself, "that's funny. I wonder if Jimmy Powers got even, and if so, why is he working so amicably and so near Roaring Dick?" At noon the men came ashore for dinner. I paid a quarter into the cook's private exchequer, and so was fed. After the meal I approached my acquaintance of the year before. "Hello, Powers," I greeted him. "I suppose you don't remember me." "Sure," he responded heartily. "Ain't you a little early this year?" "No," I disclaimed. "This is a better sight than a birling match." I offered him a cigar, which he immediately substituted for his corncob pipe. We sat at the root of a tree. "It'll be a great sight when that jam pulls," said I. "You bet," he replied. "But she's a teaser. Even old Tim Shearer would have a picnic to make out just where the key logs are. We've started her 3 times, but she's plugged tight every trip. Likely to pull almost any time." We discussed various topics. Finally I ventured. "I see your old friend Darrell is rear boss." "Yes," said Jimmy Powers, dryly. "By the way, did you fellows ever square up on that birling match?" "No," said Jimmy Powers. Then, after an instant, "Not yet." I glanced at him to recognize the square set to the jaw that had impressed me so formidably the year before. And again his face relaxed almost quizzically as he caught sight of mine. "Bub," said he, getting to his feet, "those little marks are on my foot yet. And just you tie into one idea. Dickie Darrell's got it coming." His face darkened with a swift anger. "God damn his soul," he said deliberately. It was no mere profanity. It was an imprecation, and in its very deliberation I glimpsed the flare of an undying hate. About 3 o'clock that afternoon, Jimmy's prediction was fulfilled. Without the slightest warning, the jam pulled. Usually certain premonitory cracks, certain sinkings down, groanings forward, grumblings, shruggings, and sullen, reluctant shiftings of the logs give opportunity for the men to assure their safety. This jam, after inexplicably hanging fire for a week, as inexplicably started like a sprinter almost into its full gait. The first few tiers toppled smash into the current, raising a waterspout like that made by a dynamite explosion. The mass behind plunged forward blindly, rising and falling as the integral logs were upended, turned over, thrust to one side, or forced bodily into the air by the mighty power playing jackstraws with them. The Rivermen, though caught unaware, reached either bank. They held their peaveys across their bodies as balancing poles, and zigzagged ashore with a calmness and lack of haste that were in reality only an indication of the keenness with which they foreestimated each chance. Long experience with the ways of saw logs brought them out. They knew the correlation of these many forces just as the expert billiard player knows instinctively the various angles of incident and reflection between his cue ball and its mark. Consequently, they avoided the centers of eruption, paused on the spots steadied for the moment, dodged moving logs, trod those not yet under way, and so arrived on solid ground. The jam itself started with every indication of meaning business, gained momentum for 100 feet, and then plugged to a standstill. The break was abortive. Now we all had leisure to notice 2 things. First, the movement had not been of the whole jam, as we had at first supposed, but only of a block or section of it 20 rods or so in extent. Thus between the part that had moved and the greater bulk that had not stirred lay 100 feet of open water, in which floated a number of loose logs. The second fact was that Dickie Darrell had fallen into that open stretch of water and was in the act of swimming toward one of the floating logs. That much we were given just time to appreciate thoroughly. Then the other section of the jam rumbled and began to break. Roaring Dick was caught between 2 gigantic millstones, moving to crush him out of sight. An active figure darted down the tail of the first section, out over the floating logs, seized Darrell by the coat collar, and so burdened began desperately to scale the very face of the breaking jam. Never was a more magnificent rescue. The logs were rolling, falling, diving against the laden man. He climbed as over a treadmill whose speed was constantly increasing. And when he finally gained the top, it was as the gap closed splintering beneath him and the man he had saved. It is not in the woodsman to be demonstrative at any time, but here was work demanding attention. Without a pause for breath or congratulation, they turned to the necessity of the moment. The jam, the whole jam, was moving at last. Jimmy Powers ran ashore for his peavey. Roaring Dick, like a demon incarnate, threw himself into the work. 40 men attacked the jam at a dozen places, encouraging the movement, twisting aside the timbers that threatened to lock anew, directing pygmy-like the titanic forces into the channel of their efficiency. Roaring like wild cattle, the logs swept by, at first slowly, then with the railroad rush of the curbed freshet. Men were everywhere, taking chances, like cowboys before the stampeded herd. And so, out of sight, around the lower bend, swept the front of the jam in a swirl of glory, the Riverman riding the great boom back of the creature they subdued, until at last, with a slackening current, the logs floated by, free, cannoning with hollow sound one against the other. A half-dozen watchers, leaning statuesquely on the shafts of their peaveys, watched the ordered ranks pass by. One by one the spectators departed. At last only myself and the brown-faced young man remained. He sat on a stump, staring with sightless eyes into vacancy. I did not disturb his thoughts. The sun dipped. A cool breeze of evening sucked up the river. Over near the cook camp a big fire commenced to crackle by the drying frames. At dusk the rivermen straggled in from the downriver trail. The brown-faced young man arose and went to meet them. I saw him return in close conversation with Jimmy Powers. Before they reached us he had turned away with a gesture of farewell. Jimmy Powers stood looking after him long after his form disappeared, and indeed even after the sound of his wheels had died toward town. As I approached, the riverman turned to me a face from which the reckless, contained self-reliance of the woods worker had faded. It was wide-eyed with an almost awe-stricken wonder and adoration. "Do you know who that is?" he said to me in a hushed voice. "That's Thorpe, Harry Thorpe. And do you know what he said to me just now? Me? He told me he wanted me to work in Camp 1 next winter. Thorpe's 1. And he told me I was the first man he ever hired straight into 1." His breath caught with something like a sob. I had heard of the man and of his methods. I knew he had made it a practice of recruiting for his prize camp only from the employees of his other camps, that, as Jimmy said, he never hired straight into 1. I had heard, too, of his reputation among his own and other woodsmen, but this was the first time I had ever come into personal contact with his influence. It impressed me the more in that I had come to know Jimmy Powers and his kind. "You deserve it, every bit," said I. "I'm not going to call you a hero, because that would make you tired. What you did this afternoon showed nerve. It was a brave act, but it was a better act because you rescued your enemy, because you forgot everything but your common humanity. When danger—" I broke off. Jimmy was again looking at me with his ironically quizzical grin. "Bub," said he, "if you're going to hang any Stars of Bethlehem on my Christmas tree, just call a halt right there. I didn't rescue that scallywag because I had any Christian sentiments, nary bit. I was just naturally saving him for the birling match next 4th of July." End of The Riverman by Stewart Edward White.
The She-Wolf by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Casey. The She-Wolf by Saki. Leonard Bilsiter was one of those people who have failed to find this world attractive or interesting, and who have sought compensation in an unseen world of their own experience or imagination or invention. Children do that sort of thing successfully, but children are content to convince themselves, and do not vulgarize their beliefs by trying to convince other people. Leonard Bilsiter's beliefs were for the few, that is to say, anyone who would listen to him. His dabblings in the unseen might not have carried him beyond the customary platitudes of the drawing-room visionary if accident had not reinforced his stock in trade of mystical lore. In company with a friend who was interested in a Ural mining concern, he had made a trip across Eastern Europe at a moment when the great Russian railway strike was developing from a threat to a reality. Its outbreak caught him on the return journey, somewhere on the further side of Perm, and it was while waiting for a couple of days at a wayside station in a state of suspended locomotion that he made the acquaintance of a dealer in harness and metalware, who profitably whiled away the tedium of the long halt by initiating his English travelling companion in a fragmentary system of folklore that he had picked up from the Trans-Baikal traders and natives. Leonard returned to his home circle garrulous about his Russian strike experiences, but oppressively reticent about certain dark mysteries which he alluded to under the resounding title of Siberian Magic. The reticence wore off in a week or two under the influence of an entire lack of general curiosity, and Leonard began to make more detailed allusions to the enormous powers which this new esoteric force, to his own description of it, conferred on the initiated few who knew how to wield it. His aunt, Cecilia Hoops, who loved sensation perhaps rather better than she loved the truth, gave him as clamorous an advertisement as anyone could wish for by retailing an account of how he had turned a vegetable marrow into a wooden pigeon before her very eyes. As a manifestation of the possession of supernatural powers, the story was discounted in some quarters by the respect accorded to Mrs. Hooper's powers of imagination. However divided opinion might be on the question of Leonard's status as a wonder-worker or charlatan, he certainly arrived at Mary Hampton's house party with a reputation for preeminence in one or the other of those professions, and he was not disposed to shun such publicity as might fall to his share. Esoteric forces and unusual powers figured largely in whatever conversation he or his aunt had a share in, and his own performances, past and potential, were the subject of mysterious hints and dark avowals. "I wish you would turn me into a wolf, Mr. Bilsiter," said his hostess at the luncheon the day after his arrival. "My dear Mary," said Colonel Hampton, "I never knew you had a craving in that direction." "A she-wolf, of course," continued Mrs. Hampton. "It would be too confusing to change one's sex as well as one's species at a moment's notice." "I don't think you should jest on these subjects," said Leonard. "I'm not jesting. I'm quite serious, I assure you. Only don't do it today. We have only 8 available bridge players, and it would break up one of our tables. Tomorrow we shall be a larger party. Tomorrow night after dinner." "In our present imperfect understanding of these hidden forces, I think one should approach them with humbleness rather than mockery," observed Leonard, with such severity that the subject was forthwith dropped. Clovis Sangrail, who had sat unusually silent during the discussion on the possibilities of Siberian magic, after lunch he sidetracked Lord Padham into the comparative seclusion of the billiard-room and delivered himself of a searching question. "Have you such a thing as a she-wolf in your collection of wild animals? A she-wolf of moderately good temper?" Lord Padham considered. "There is Louisa," he said, "a rather fine specimen of the timber wolf. I got her 2 years ago in exchange for some Arctic foxes. Most of my animals get to be fairly tame before they've seen me very long. I think I can say Louisa has an angelic temper as she-wolves go. Why do you ask?" "I was wondering whether you would lend me to her for tomorrow night," said Clovis, with the careless solicitude of one who borrows a collar stud or tennis racket. "Tomorrow night?" "Yes, wolves are nocturnal animals, so the late hours won't hurt her," said Clovis, with the air of one who has taken everything into consideration. "One of your men could bring her over from Padham Park after dusk, and with a little help he ought to be able to smuggle her into the conservatory at the same moment that Mary Hampton makes an unobtrusive exit." Lord Padham stared at Clovis for a moment in pardonable bewilderment. Then his face broke into a wrinkled network of laughter. "Oh, that's your game, is it? You're going to do a little Siberian magic on your own account. And is Mrs. Hampton willing to be a fellow conspirator?" Mary has pledged to see me through with it if you will guarantee Louisa's temper." "I'll answer for Louisa," said Lord Padham. By the following day the house party had swollen to larger proportions, and Bilsiter's instinct for self-advertisement expanded duly under the stimulant of an increased audience. At dinner that evening he held forth at length on the subject of unseen forces and untested powers, and his flow of impressive eloquence continued unabated while coffee was being served in the drawing-room, preparatory to a general migration to the card-room. His aunt ensured a respectful hearing for his utterances, but her sensation-loving soul hankered after something more dramatic than mere vocal demonstration. "Won't you do something to convince them of your powers, Leonard?" she pleaded. "Change something into another shape. He can, you know, if he only chooses to," she informed the company. "Oh, do!" said Mavis Pellington earnestly, and her request was echoed by nearly everyone present. Even those who were not open to conviction were perfectly willing to be entertained by an exhibition of amateur conjuring. Leonard felt something tangible was expected of him. "Has anyone present," he asked, "got a threepenny bit or some small object of no particular value?" "You're surely not going to make coins disappear or something primitive of that sort," said Clovis contemptuously. "I think it very unkind of you not to carry out my suggestion of turning me into a wolf," said Mary Hampton, as she crossed over to the conservatory to give her macaws their usual tribute from the dinner dishes. "I have already warned you of the danger of treating these powers in a mocking spirit," said Leonard solemnly. "I don't believe you can do it," laughed Mary provocatively from the conservatory. "I dare you to do it if you can. I defy you to turn me into a wolf." As she said this, she was lost to view behind a clump of azaleas. "Mrs. Hampton," began Leonard with increasing solemnity, but he got no further. A breath of chill air seemed to rush across the room, and at the same time the macaws broke forth in ear-splitting screams. "What on earth is the matter with those confounded birds, Mary?" exclaimed Colonel Hampton. At the same moment an even more piercing scream from Mavis Pellington stampeded the entire company from their seats. In various attitudes of helpless horror or instinctive defense they confronted the evil-looking grey beast that was peering at them from amid a setting of fern and azalea. Mrs. Hoops was the first to recover from the general chaos of fright and bewilderment. "Leonard!" she screamed shrilly to her nephew. "Turn it back into Mrs. Hampton at once. It may fly at us at any moment. Turn it back." I don't know how to," faltered Leonard, who looked more scared and horrified than anyone. "What?" shouted Colonel Hampton. "You've taken the abominable liberty of turning my wife into a wolf, and now you stand there calmly and say you can't turn her back?" To do strict justice to Leonard, calmness was not a distinguishing feature of his attitude at the moment. I assure you I didn't turn Mrs. Hampton into a wolf. Nothing was farther from my intentions," he protested. "Then where is she, and how came that animal into the conservatory?" demanded the Colonel. "Of course we must accept your assurance that you didn't turn Mrs. Hampton into a wolf," said Clovis politely, "but you will agree that appearances are against you." "Are we to have these recriminations, with that beast standing there ready to tear us to pieces?" wailed Mavis indignantly. "Lord Padham, you know a great deal about wild beasts," suggested Colonel Hampton. "The wild beasts that I have been accustomed to," said Lord Padham, "have come with proper credentials from well-known dealers, or have been bred in my own menagerie. I have never before been confronted with an animal that walks unconcernedly out of an azalea bush, leaving a charming and popular hostess unaccounted for. As far as one can judge from outward characteristics," he continued, "it has the appearance of a well-grown female of the North American timber wolf, a variety of the common species, Canis lupus." "Oh, never mind its Latin name," screamed Mavis, as the beast came a step or two further into the room. "Can't you entice it away with food and shut it up where it can't do any harm?" "If it really is Mrs. Hampton, who has just had a very good dinner, I don't suppose food will appeal to it very strongly," said Clovis. "Leonard!" beseeched Mrs. Hoops tearfully, "even if this is none of your doing, can't you use your great powers to turn this dreadful beast into something harmless before it bites us all? A rabbit or something?" "I don't suppose Colonel Hampton would care to have his wife turned into a succession of fancy animals, as though we were playing a round game with her," interposed Clovis. "I absolutely forbid it," thundered the Colonel. "Most wolves that I've had anything to do with have been inordinately fond of sugar," said Lord Padham. If you'd like, I'll try the effect on this one." He took a piece of sugar from his saucer in the coffee cup and flung it to the expectant Louisa, who snapped it mid-air. There was a sigh of relief from the company. A wolf that ate sugar when it might have at least been employed in tearing macaws to pieces had already shed some of its terrors. The sigh deepened to a gasp of thanksgiving when Lord Pabham decoyed the animal out of the room by a pretended largesse of further sugar. There was an instant rush to the vacated conservatory. There was no trace of Mrs. Hampton except the plate containing the macaw's supper. "The door is locked on the inside," exclaimed Clovis, who had deftly turned the key as he affected to test it. Everyone turned toward Bilsiter. "If you haven't turned my wife into a wolf," said Colonel Hampton, "will you kindly explain where she disappeared to, since she obviously could not have gone through the locked door? I will not press you for an explanation of how a North American timber wolf suddenly appeared in the conservatory, but I think I have some right to inquire what has become of Mrs. Hampton." Bilsiter's reiterated disclaimer was met with a general murmur of impatient disbelief. "I refuse to stay another hour under this roof," declared Mavis Pellington. "If our hostess has really vanished out of human form," said Mrs. Hoops, "none of the ladies in the party can very well remain. I absolutely decline to be chaperoned by a wolf." "It's a she-wolf," said Clovis soothingly. The correct etiquette to be observed under the unusual circumstances received no further elucidation. The sudden entry of Mary Hampton deprived the discussion of its immediate interest. "Someone has mesmerized me," she exclaimed crossly. "I found myself in the game larder, of all places, being fed sugar by Lord Pabham. I hate being mesmerized, and the doctor's forbidden me to touch sugar." The situation was explained to her as far as it permitted of anything that could be called an explanation. "Then you really did turn me into a wolf, Mr. Bilsiter," she exclaimed excitedly, but Leonard had burned the boat in which he might now have embarked on a sea of glory. He could only shake his head feebly. "It was I who took that liberty," said Clovis. "You see, I happen to have lived a couple of years in northeastern Russia, and I have more than a tourist's acquaintance with the magic craft of that region. One does not care to speak about these strange powers, but once in a way, when one hears a lot of nonsense being talked about them, one is tempted to show what Siberian magic can accomplish in the hands of someone who really understands it. I yielded to that temptation. May I have some brandy? The effort has left me rather faint." If Leonard Bilsiter could at that moment have transformed Clovis into a cockroach, and then stepped on him, he gladly would have performed both operations. End of The She-Wolf by Saki. Recording by Timothy Casey, Modesto, California.
The Thin Santa Claus, subtitled The Chicken Yard That Was a Christmas Stocking, by Ellis Parker Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Mrs. Gratz opened her eyes and looked out at the drizzle that made the Christmas morning gray. Her bed stood against the window, and it was easy for her to look out. All she had to do was to roll over and pull the shade aside. Having looked at the weather, she rolled again onto the broad flat of her back, and made herself comfortable for a while, for there was no reason why she should get up until she felt like it. "Such a Christmas," she said good-naturedly to herself. "I guess such weathers is bad for Santy Claus. Maybe it is because of such weathers he don't come by my house. I don't blame him. So muddy." She let her eyes close indolently. Not yet was she hungry enough to imagine the tempting odor of fried bacon and eggs, and she idly slipped into sleep again. She was in no hurry. She was never in a hurry. What is the use of being in a hurry when you own a good little house and have money in the bank and are a widow? What is the use of being in a hurry anyway? Mrs. Gratz was always placid and fat, and she always had been. What is the use of having money in the bank and a good little house if you are not placid and fat? Mrs. Gratz lay on her back and slept placidly and fatly, with her mouth open, as if she expected Santa Claus to pass by and drop a present into it. Her dreams were pleasant. It was no disappointment to Mrs. Gratz that Santa Claus had not come to her house. She had not expected him. She did not even believe in him. Yes, she had told Mrs. Flannery next door, as she handed a little parcel of toys over the fence for the little Flannerys. Once I believed in such a Santy Claus myself, yet I make me pretty good times then, but now I'm old, I don't believe in such things. But I make pretty good times still. I have a good little house and money in the bank. Suddenly Mrs. Gratz closed her mouth and opened her eyes. She smelled imaginary bacon frying. She felt real hunger. She slid out of bed and began to dress herself, and she had just buttoned her red flannel petticoat around her wide waist when she heard a silence and paused. For a full minute she stood, trying to realize what the silence meant. The English sparrows were chirping as usual and making enough noise, but through their bickerings the silence still annoyed Mrs. Gratz, and then, quite suddenly again, she knew. Her chickens were not making their usual morning racket. "I bet you I know what it is, sure," she said, and continued to dress as placidly as before. When she went down she found that she had won the bet. A week before, 2 chickens had been stolen from her coop, and she had had a strong padlock put on the chicken house. Now the padlock was pried open, and the chicken house was empty, and 9 hens and a rooster were gone. Mrs. Gratz stooped and entered the low gate and surveyed the vacant chicken yard placidly. If they were gone, they were gone. "Such a Santy Claus," she said good-naturedly. "I don't like such a Santy Claus, taking away and not bringing. Pretty soon he don't have such a good name any more, if he keeps up doing like this. People likes the bringing Santy Claus. I guess they don't think much of the taking away business. He gets a bad name quick enough if he does this much." She turned to bend her head to look into the vacant chicken house and stood still. She put out her foot and touched something her eyes had lighted upon, and the thing moved. It was a purse of worn black leather, soaked by the drizzle, but still holding the bend that comes to men's purses when worn long in a back trouser pocket. One end of the purse was muddy and pressed deep into the soft soil where a heel had trampled on it. Mrs. Gratz bent and picked it up. There was $900 in bills in the purse. Mrs. Gratz stood still while she counted the bills, and as she counted, her hands began to tremble, and her knees shook, and she sank on the door-sill of the chicken house and laughed until the tears rolled down her face. Occasionally she stopped to wipe her eyes, and the flood of laughter gradually died away into ripples of intermittent giggles that were like sobs after sorrow. Mrs. Gratz had no great sense of humor, but she could see the fun of finding $900. It was enough to make her laugh, so she laughed. "Goodness, such a Santy Claus!" she exclaimed with a final sigh of pleasure. "Such a Christmas present from Santy Claus! No wonder he is so fat yet when he eats 10 chickens in one night already. But I don't kick. I like me that Santy Claus all right. I believes in him pretty good after this, I bet." She went at once to tell Mrs. Flannery, and Mrs. Flannery was far more excited about it than Mrs. Gratz had been. She said it was the hand of retribution paying back the chicken thief, and the hand of justice repaying Mrs. Gratz for sending toys to the little Flannerys, and pure luck giving Mrs. Gratz what she always got, and a number of other things. "'Tis the luck of ye, Mrs. Gratz, ma'am," she said, "and often I do be saying it is the Dutch for luck, meaning no disrespect to ye, and the fatter the luckier, as I often told me old man, rest his soul, and him so thin. And Christmas morning at that, ma'am, which is nothing at all but the judgment of having on the dirty chicken thief picking such a day for his thieving, when there's plenty other days in the year for him. Keep the money, ma'am, for 'tis yours by good rights. I knew there would be some good come to ye the minute ye handed me the presents for the kids. The good folks sure all gets their reward in this world, only some don't, and I'm only sorry mine is a pig instead of chickens, but not wishing ye hadn't the money yourself at all. But who would come to steal a pig, and them such loud squealers? And who do you suspicion it was, Mrs. Gratz, ma'am? I think maybe I got me a present from Santa Claus, yes, said Mrs. Gratz. And hear the woman, said Mrs. Flannery. Do you hear that now? Well, true for me, madam, and stick to it, for there's no telling who'll be claiming the money, and if ever Santa Claus brought a thing to a mortal soul, 'twas him brought ye that. And 'twas only yesterday ye was saying ye had no belief in him. Yesterday I don't have no beliefs in him, said Mrs. Gratz. Today I have plenty of beliefs in him. I like him plenty. I don't care if he comes every year. Sure not, said Mrs. Flannery, and you, with the $900 in your pocket. I'd be glad of the chance. I believe in him myself for 450. That afternoon Mrs. Flannery, whose excitement had not abated in the least, went over to Mrs. Gratz to spend the afternoon talking to her about the money. She felt that it was good to be that near it at any rate, and when one can make a whole afternoon's conversation out of what Mrs. Casey said to Mrs. O'Reilly about Mrs. McNally, it is a shame to miss a chance to talk about $900. Mrs. Flannery was rocking violently and talking rapidly, and Mrs. Gratz was slowly moving her rocker and answering in monosyllables, when someone knocked at the door. Mrs. Gratz answered the knock. Her visitor was a tall, thin man, and he had a slouch hat, which he held in his hands as he talked. He seemed nervous, and his face wore a worried look, extremely worried. He looked like a man who had lost $900, but he did not look like Santa Claus. He was thinner and not so jolly looking. At first Mrs. Gratz had no idea that Santa Claus was standing before her, for he did not have a sleigh bell about him, and he had left his red cotton coat with the white batting trimming at home. He stood in the door, playing with his hat, unable to speak. He seemed to have some delicacy about beginning. "Well, what is it?" said Mrs. Gratz. Her visitor pulled himself together with an effort. "Well, ma'am, I'll tell you," he said frankly. "I'm a chicken buyer. I buy chickens. That's my business, dealing in poultry. So I came out today to buy some chickens." "On Christmas Day?" asked Mrs. Gratz. "Well," said the man, moving uneasily from one foot to the other, "I did come on Christmas Day, didn't I? I don't deny that, ma'am. I did come on Christmas Day. I'd like to go out and have a look at your chickens." "It ain't so usual for buyers to come buying chickens on Christmas Day, is it?" interposed Mrs. Gratz good-naturedly. "Well, no, it ain't, and that's a fact," said the man uneasily. "But I always do. The people I buy chickens for is just as apt to want to eat chicken one day as another day, and more so. Turkey on Christmas Day and chicken the next for a change. That's what they always tell me. So I have to buy chickens every day. I hate to, but I have to. And if I could just go out and look around your chicken yard—" It was right there that Mrs. Gratz had a suspicion that Santa Claus stood before her. "But I don't sell such a chicken yard yet," she said. The man wiped his forehead. "Sure not," he said nervously. "I was going to say look around your chicken yard and see the chickens. I can't buy chickens without I can see 'em, can I? Some folks might, but I can't with the kind of customers I've got. I've got mighty particular customers, and I pay extra prices so as to get the best for them. And when I go out and look around the chicken yard—" "How much you pay for such nice, big, fat chickens, maybe?" asked Mrs. Gratz. "Well, I'll tell you," said the man. 7 cents a pound is regular, ain't it? Well, I pay 12. I'll give you 12 cents, and pay you right now and take all the chickens you've got. That's my rule. But if you want to let me go out and see the chickens first and pick out the kind my regular customers like, I pay 20 cents a pound. But I won't pay 20 cents without I can see the chickens first." "Sure," said Mrs. Gratz. "I wouldn't do it, too. Maybe I'd go out and bring in a couple such chickens for you to look at, yes?" "No, don't," said the man impulsively. "Don't do it. It wouldn't do no good. I got to see the chickens on the hoof, as they might say." "On the hoofs?" said Mrs. Gratz. "Such poultry don't have no hoofs." "Running around," explained the visitor. "Running around in the coop. I can tell if a chicken has got any disease that my trade wouldn't like, if I see it running around in the coop. There's a lot in the way a chicken runs. In the way it heists up its leg, for instance. That's what the trade calls on the hoof. So I'll just go out and have a look around the coop. For 20 cents a pound, anybody could let buyers see their chickens on the hoof, I guess," said Mrs. Gratz. "Now that's the way to talk," exclaimed the man. "Only but I ain't got any such chickens," said Mrs. Gratz, "so it ain't of use to look how they walk. So good-bye." "Now say," said the man, but Mrs. Gratz closed the door in his face. "I guess such a Santa Claus come back yet," said Mrs. Gratz when she went into the room where Mrs. Flannery was sitting. "But it ain't any use. He don't leave many more such presents." "The impudence of him!" exclaimed Mrs. Flannery. "For $900 I could be impudent, too," said Mrs. Gratz calmly. "But I don't like such nowadays Santa Clauses coming back all the time. Once, when I believes in Santa Clauses, they don't come back so much." The thin Santa Claus had not gone far. He had crossed the street and stood gazing at Mrs. Gratz's door, and now he crossed again and knocked. Mrs. Gratz arose and went to the door. "I believe he comes back once yet," she said to Mrs. Flannery, and opened the door. He had indeed come back. "Now, see here," he said briskly, "ain't your name Mrs. Gratz? Well, I knowed it was, and I knowed you was a widow lady, and that's why I said I was a chicken buyer. I didn't want to frighten you, but I ain't no chicken buyer." "No?" asked Mrs. Gratz. "No, I ain't. I just said so I could get a look at your chicken yard. I've got to see it. What I am is a chicken house inspector for the 9th Ward, and the mayor sent me up here to inspect your chicken house, and I've got to do it before I go away or lose my job. I'll go right out now, and it'll be all over in a minute." "I guess it ain't some use," said Mrs. Gratz. "I guess I don't keep any more chickens. They go too easy. Yesterday I have plenty, and today I haven't any." "That's it," said the thin Santa Claus. "That's just it. That's the way tuberculosis bugs act, quick like that. They're a bad epidemic, tuberculosis bugs is. You see how they act. Yesterday you had chickens, and last night the tuberculosis bugs gets at 'em, and this morning they eat them all up." "Goodness!" exclaimed Mrs. Gratz without emotion. "With the feathers and bones, too?" "Sure," said the thin Santa Claus. "Why, them tuberculosis bugs is perfectly ravenous. Once they get started, they eat feathers and bones and feet and all. A chicken hasn't no chance at all. That's why the mayor sent me up here. He heard all your chickens was gone and gone quick, and he says to me, 'Tuberculosis bugs,' that's what he says, and he says, 'you ain't doing your duty. You ain't inspected Mrs. Gratz's chicken coop. You go and do it, or you're fired, see?' He says that, and then he says, 'You inspect Mrs. Gratz's coop, and you kill off them bugs before they get into her house and eat her all up, bones and all.'" "And feathers?" asked Mrs. Gratz calmly. "No, he didn't say feathers. This ain't nothing to fool about. It's serious. So I'll go right out and have a look. I guess such bugs hain't been in my coop last night," said Mrs. Gratz carelessly. "I ain't afraid of such bugs in winter time." "Well, that's where you make your mistake," said the thin Santa Claus. "Winter is just a bad time for them bugs. The more a tuberculosis bug freezes up, the more dangerous it is. In summer they ain't so bad. they're soft like and squash up when a chicken gets them. But in winter they freeze up hard and get brittle. Then a chicken comes along and grabs one, and it busts into 1,000 pieces, and each piece turns into a new tuberculosis bug, busts into 1,000 pieces, and so on, and the chicken gets all filled full of tuberculosis bugs before it knows it. When the chicken snaps up one tuberculosis bug, it has 1,000,000 in it inside it of half an hour, and that chicken don't last long. And when the bugs make for the house, what's that on your dress there now?" Mrs. Gratz looked at her arm indifferently. "Nothing," she said. "I thought maybe it was a tuberculosis bug had got on you already," said the thin Santa Claus. "If it was, you would be all et up inside of half an hour. Them bugs is awful rapacious." "Yes?" inquired Mrs. Gratz with interest. "Such strong bugs, too, is it not?" "You bet they are strong," began the stranger. "I should think so," interrupted Mrs. Gratz, "to smash up padlocks of such chicken houses. You make me afraid of such bugs. I don't dare let you go out there to get your bones and feet all eat up by them. I guess not." "Well, you see," said the thin man, puzzled. Then he cheered up. "You see, I ain't afraid of 'em. I've been fumigated against them. Fumigated and antiskepticized. I've been vaccinated against them by the Board of Health. I'll show you the mark on my arm if you want to see it." "No, don't," said Mrs. Gratz. "I'd let you go and look in that chicken coop if you want, but it ain't no use. There ain't nothing there." The thin Santa Claus paused and looked at Mrs. Gratz with suspicion. "Why, did you find it?" he asked. "Find what?" asked Mrs. Gratz innocently, and the thin Santa Claus sighed and walked around to the back of the house. Mrs. Gratz went with him. As Mrs. Gratz watched the thin man search the chicken yard for tuberculosis bugs, all doubt that he was her Santa Claus left her mind. He made a most minute investigation, but he did it more as a man might search for a lost purse than as a health officer would search for germs. He even got down on his hands and knees and poked under the chicken house with a stick, and when he had combed the chicken yard thoroughly and had looked all through the chicken house, he even searched the denuded vegetable garden in the back yard, and looked over the fence into Mrs. Flannery's yard. Evidently he was not pleased with his investigation, for he did not even say good-bye to Mrs. Gratz, but went away looking mad and cross. When Mrs. Gratz went into her house, she took her seat in her rocking chair and began rocking herself calmly and slowly. "'Twas him done it, sure," said Mrs. Flannery. "I don't like such come-agains much," said Mrs. Gratz placidly. "I try me to believe in such Santa Claus, but I like not such come-agains. In Germany did not Santa Claus come back so much. I don't like a Santa Claus should be so anxious. Still, I believes in him, but if he has too many such come-agains, I don't believe in him much. I would be setting the police on him, Santa Claus or no Santa Claus," said Mrs. Flannery vindictively. "The mean chicken thief." "Oh," said Mrs. Gratz easily, "I guess I don't care much. Should a $900 Santa Claus steal some chickens, I ain't mad." But she was a little provoked when another knock came at the door a few minutes later, and when, on opening it, she saw the thin Santa Claus before her. "So," she said, "Santa Claus is back yet once." "What's that?" asked the man suspiciously. "I say, what is it you want?" said Mrs. Gratz. "Oh," said the man, "well, I ain't a-going to fool with you no longer, Mrs. Gratz. I'm a-going to tell you right out what I am and who I am. I'm a detective of the police, and I'm looking up a mighty bad character." "I guess I know right where you find one," said Mrs. Gratz politely. "Now don't be funny," said the thin Santa Claus peevishly. "Maybe you noticed I didn't say nothing when you spoke about that padlock being busted. Maybe you noticed how careful I looked over your chicken coop, and how I looked over the fence into the next yard. Well, I won't fool you. I ain't no chicken yard inspector, and I ain't no chicken buyer. Them was just my detective disguises. I'm out detecting a chicken thief, Just a plain, ordinary chicken thief, and what I come for is clues." "Yes," said Mrs. Gratz, "and what is such clues? I haven't any clues." The thin Santa Claus seemed provoked. "Now look here," he said, "you may think this is funny, but it isn't. I have got to catch that chicken thief or I'll lose my job, and I can't catch him unless I have some clues to catch him with. Now, didn't you have some chickens stolen last night?" "Chickens? No, I didn't have chickens stolen. Such tuberclosis bugs ate them, with feathers too, and bones right off the hoofs. Ain't that a pity?" It may have been a blush of shame, but it was more like a flush of anger that overspread the face of the thin Santa Claus. He stared hard at the placid German face of Mrs. Gratz, and decided she was too stupid to mean it, that she was not teasing. "You don't catch on," he said. "You see, there ain't any such things as tuberclosis bugs. I just made that up as sort of detective disguise. Them chickens wasn't ate by no bugs at all. They was stole. See? A chicken thief come right into the coop and stole them. Do you think any kind of bug could pry off a padlock?" Mrs. Gratz seemed to let this sink into her mind, and to revolve there, and get the feeling at home before she answered. "No," she said at length, "I guess not. But Santa Claus could do it. Such a big fat man, sure he could do it." "Why, you," began the thin man crossly, and then changed his tone. "There ain't no such thing as Santa Claus," he said, as one might speak to a child. But even a chicken thief would not tell a child such a thing, I hope. "No?" queried Mrs. Gratz sadly. "No Santa Claus? And I was scared of it myself, with such tuberclosis bugs around. He should not have to have gone into such a chicken coop with so many bugs busting up all over. He had a right to have fumigated himself once, and now he ain't. He's all et up on the hoof, bones, and feet and all, and such a kind man, too." The thin Santa Claus frowned. He had half an idea that Mrs. Gratz was fooling with him, and when he spoke it was crisply. "Now see here," he said. "Last night somebody broke into your chicken coop and stole all your chickens. I know that. And he's been stealing chickens all around this town, and all around this part of the country, too, and I know that. And this stealing has got to stop. I've got to catch that thief. And to catch him, I've got to have a clue. A clue is something he has left around or dropped where he was stealing. Now, did that chicken thief drop any clues in your chicken yard? That's what I want to know. Did he drop any clues?" "Mebbe if he dropped some clues, those tuberclosis bugs eat them up," suggested Mrs. Gratz. "They eat bones and feathers. Maybe they eat clues, too." "Now ain't that smart?" sneered the thin Santa Claus. "Don't you think you're funny? But I'll tell you the clue I'm looking for. Did that thief drop a pocketbook or anything like that?" "Oh, a pocketbook," said Mrs. Gratz. "How much should be in such a pocketbook, maybe?" $900, said the thin Santa Claus promptly. "Goodness!" exclaimed Mrs. Gratz. "So much money, all in one clues. Come out to the chicken yard once. I'll help hunt for clues, too." The thin Santa Claus stood a minute looking doubtfully at Mrs. Gratz. Her face was large and placid and unemotional. "Well," he said with a sigh, "it ain't much use, but I'll try again." When he had gone, after another close search of the chicken yard and coop, Mrs. Gratz returned to her friend, Mrs. Flannery. "Pretty soon I don't believe any more in Santa Claus at all," she said. "Pretty soon I have more beliefs in chicken thieves than in Santa Claus. Yet a while I believes in him, but once more of those come-agains and I don't." "He'll not be coming back any more," said Mrs. Flannery positively. "I'm wondering he came at all, and the jail's so handy. All you have to do is call a cop." "Sure," said Mrs. Gratz. "But it is not nice I should put Santa Claus in jail. Such a liberal Santa Claus, too." "Have it your own way, ma'am," said Mrs. Flannery. "I'll own 'tis some different when chickens is stole. 'Tis hard to explain the affections on a bunch of chickens. But if anyone was to steal my pig, to jail he would go, Santa Claus or no Santa Claus. Not but what ye have my kind heart anyway, ma'am, not wanting to put the poor fellow in jail when he has already lost $900, which, goodness knows, you might have to hand back, and the law take a hand in it. So, said Mrs. Gratz, such is the law yet? All right, I don't believe in chicken thieves, no matter how much he comes again. I stick me to Santa Claus. Always will I believe in Santa Claus. Chicken thieves gives and wants to take away again, but Santa Claus is always giving and never taking. You're forgetting the chickens that he took, suggested Mrs. Flannery. Took? Said Mrs. Gratz. Tooken, Mrs. Flannery corrected. Tooked? Said Mrs. Gratz. I believes me not in Santa Claus that way. I believes he is a good man. For givings I believes in Santa Claus, but for takings I believes in tuberculosis bugs. And the busted padlock, then? Asked Mrs. Flannery. Och! Exclaimed Mrs. Gratz. Them reindeer is so frisky yet. They have a right to kick up and bust it, maybe. Mrs. Flannery sighed. "'Tis a grand thing to have faith, ma'am," she said. "Yes," said Mrs. Gratz indolently, "that's nice. And it is nice to have $900 more in the bank, ain't it?" The End. End of The Thin Santa Claus by Ellis Parker Butler. Read by Phil Chenevert.
The Triangle by James Stephens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nothing is true forever. A man and a fact will become equally decrepit and will tumble in the same ditch, for truth is as mortal as man, and both are outlived by the tortoise and the crow. To say that two is company and three is a crowd is to make a very temporary statement. After a short time, satiety or use and want has crept sunderingly between the two, and if they are any company at all, they are bad company, who pray discreetly but passionately for the crowd which is censured by the proverb. If there had not been a serpent in the Garden of Eden, it is likely that the bored inhabitants of Paradise would have been forced to import one from the outside wilds merely to relax the tedium of a too sustained duet. There ought to be a law that when a man and a woman have been married for a year, they should be forcibly separated for another year. In the meantime, as our lawgivers have no sense, we will continue to invoke the serpent. Mrs. Mary Morrissey had been married for quite a time to a gentleman of respectable mentality, a sufficiency of money, and a surplus of leisure. Good things? We would say so if we dared, for we are growing old and suspicious of all appearances, and we do not easily recognize what is bad or good. Beyond the social circumference, we are confronted with a debatable ground where good and bad are so merged that we cannot distinguish the one from the other. To her husband's mental attainments, from no precipitate, dizzy peaks did he stare. It was only a tiny plain with the tiniest of hills in the centre. Mrs. Morrissey extended a courtesy entirely unmixed with awe. For his money she extended a hand, which could still thrill to an unaccustomed prodigality, but for his leisure, and it was illimitable, she could find no possible use. The quality of permanency in a transient world is terrifying. A permanent husband is a bore, and we do not know what to do with him. He cannot be put on a shelf. He cannot be hung on a nail. He will not go out of the house. There is no escape from him, and he is always the same. A smile of a certain dimension, moustaches of this inevitable measurement, hands that waggle and flop like those of automata, these are his. He eats this way and he drinks that way, and he will continue to do so until he stiffens into the ultimate quietude. He snores on this note, he laughs on that, dissonant, unescapable. unchanging. This is the way he walks, and he does not know how to run. A predictable beast indeed. He is known inside and out, catalogued, ticketed, and he cannot be packed away. Mrs. Morrissey did not yet commune with herself about it, but if her grievance was anonymous, it was not unknown. There is a back door to every mind as to every house, and although she refused it house room, the knowledge sat on her very heartstone whistling for recognition. Indeed, she could not look anywhere without seeing her husband. He was included in every landscape. His moustaches and the sun rose together. His pyjamas dawned with the moon. When the sea roared, so did he, and he whispered with the river and the wind. He was in the picture, but was out of drawing. He was in the song, but was out of tune. He agitated her dully, surreptitiously, unceasingly. She questioned of space in a whisper. Are we glued together? Should she? There was a bee in a flower, a burly rascal who did not care a rap for anyone. He sat enjoying himself in a scented and gorgeous palace, and in him she confided. If, she said to the bee, if that man doesn't stop talking to me, I'll kick him. I'll stick a pin in him if he does not go out for a walk. She grew desperately nervous. She was afraid that if she looked at him any longer she would see him. Tomorrow, she thought, I may notice that he is a short, fat man in spectacles, and that will be the end of everything. But the end of everything is also the beginning of everything, and so she was one half in fear and the other half in hope. A little more and she would hate him, and would begin the world again with the same little hope and the same little despair for her meagre capital. She had already elaborated a theory that man was intended to work, and that male sloth was offensive to Providence and should be forbidden by the law. At times her tongue thrilled, silently as yet, to certain dicta of the experienced aunt who had superintended her youth, to the intent that a lazy man is a nuisance to himself and to everybody else, and at last she disguised this saying as an anecdote and repeated it pleasantly to her husband. He received it coldly, pondered it with disfavour, and dismissed it by arguing that her aunt had whiskers, that a whiskered female is a freak, and that the intellectual exercises of a freak are... He lifted his eyebrows and his shoulders. He brushed her aunt from the tips of his fingers and blew her delicately beyond good manners and the mode. But time began to hang heavily on both. The intellectual antics of a leisured man become at last wearisome. His methods of thought by mere familiarity grow distasteful. The time comes when all the arguments are finished. There is nothing more to be said on any subject, and boredom, without even the covering, apologetic hand, yawns and cannot be appeased. Thereupon, too, cease to be company, and even a serpent would be greeted as a cheery and timely visitor. Dismal indeed, and not infrequent, is that time, and the vista therefrom is a long, dull yawn stretching to the horizon and the grave. If at any time we do revalue the values, let us write it down that the person who makes us yawn is a criminal knave, and then we will abolish matrimony and read Plato again. The serpent arrived one morning hard on Mrs. Morrissy's pathetic pressure. It had 3 large trunks, a toy terrier, and a volume of verse. The trunks contained dresses, the dog insects, and the book emotion, a sufficiently enlivening trilogy. Miss Sarah O'Malley wore the dresses in exuberant rotation. Mr. Morrissy read the emotional poetry with great admiration. Mrs. Morrissy made friends with the dog, and life at once became complex and joyful. Mr. Morrissy, exhilarated by the emotional poetry, drew, with an instinct too human to be censured, more and more in the direction of his wife's cousin, and that lady, having a liking for comedy, observed the agile posturings of the gentleman on a verbal summit up and down, and around which he flung himself with equal dexterity and satisfaction. Crudely he made puns, and the two were further thrown together by the enforced absences of Mrs. Morrissey into a privacy more than sealed, by reason of the attentions of a dog who would climb to her lap and there, with an angry nose, put to no more than temporary rout the nimble guests of his jacket. Shortly Mrs. Morrissey began to look upon the toy terrier with a meditative eye. It was from one of these now periodical retreats that Mrs. Morrissey first observed the rapt attitude of her husband, and instantly life for her became bounding, plentiful, and engrossing. There is no satisfaction in owning that which nobody else covets. Our silver is no more than second-hand, tarnished metal until someone else speaks of it in terms of envy. Our husbands are barely tolerable until a lady friend has endeavoured to abstract their cloying attentions. Then only do we comprehend that our possessions are unique, beautiful, well worth guarding. Nobody has yet pointed out that there is an eighth sense, and yet the sense of property is more valuable and more detestable than all the others in combination. The person who owns something is civilized. It is man's escape from wolf and monkeydom. It is individuality at last, or the promise of it, while those other ownerless people must remain either beasts of prey or beasts of burden, grinning with ineffective teeth, or bowing stupid heads for their masters' loads, and all begging humbly for last straws and getting them. Under a sufficiently equable exterior, Mrs. Morrissey's blood was pulsing with greater activity than had ever moved it before. It raced, it flew. At times the tide of it thudded to her head, boomed in her ears, surged in fierce waves against her eyes. Her brain moved with a complexity which would have surprised her had she been capable of remarking upon it. Plot and counterplot. She wove webs horrid as a spider's. She became, without knowing it, a mistress of psychology. She dissected emotions and motives. She builded theories precariously upon an eyelash. She pondered and weighed the turning of a head, the handing of a sugar bowl. She read treason in a laugh, assignations in a song, villainy in a new dress. Deeper and darker things. Profound and vicious depths, plunging stark to where the devil lodged in darknesses too dusky for registration. She looked so steadily on these gulfs and murks that at last she could see anything she wished to see, and always, when times were critical, when this and that, abominations indescribable, were separate by no more than a pin's point, she must retire from her watch, alas, for a too sensitive nature, to chase the enemies of a dog upon which more than ever she fixed a meditative eye. To get that woman out of the house became a pressing necessity. Her cousin carried with her a baleful atmosphere. She moved cloudy with doubt. There was a diabolic aura about her face, and her hair was red. These things were patent. Was one blind or a fool? A straw will reveal the wind, so will an eyelash, a smile, the carriage of a dress. Ankles, too. One saw too much of them. Let it be said, then, teeth and neck were bared too often and too broadly. If modesty was indeed more than a name, then here it was outraged. Shame, too. Was it only a word? Does one do this and that without even a blush? Even vice should have its good manners, its own decent retirements. If there is nothing else, let there be breeding, But at this thing the world might look and understand and censure if it were not brass-browed and stupid. Sneak, traitress, serpent, oh serpent, do you slip into our very Eden, looping your sly coils across our flowers, trailing over our beds of narcissus and our budding rose, crawling into our secret arbours and whispering places and nests of happiness? Do you flaunt and sway your crested head with a new hat on it every day? Oh, that my aunt were here, with the dragon's teeth and the red breath and whiskers to match. Here Mrs. Morrissey jumped, as if she had been bitten, as indeed she had been, and retired precipitately, eyeing the small dog that frisked about her with an eye almost petrified with meditation. To get that woman out of the house quickly and without scandal, not to let her know for a moment, for the blink and twitter of an eyelid, of her triumph, to eject her with ignominy, retaining one's own dignity in the meantime, never to let her dream of an uneasiness that might have screamed, an anger that could have bitten and scratched and been happy in the primitive exercise, was such a task beyond her adequacy. Below, in the garden, the late sun slanted upon her husband, as with declamatory hands and intense brows he chanted emotional poetry, ready himself on the slope of opportunity to roll into verses from his own resources. He criticised, with agile misconception, the inner meaning, the involved, hard-hidden heart of the poet, and the serpent sat before him and nodded. She smiled enchantments at him, and allurements, and subtle disagreements. On the grass at their feet, the toy terrier bounded from his slumbers and curved an imperative and furious hind leg in the direction of his ear. Mrs. Morrissey called the dog, and it followed her into the house, frisking joyously. From the kitchen she procured a small basket, and into this she packed some old clothes and pieces of biscuit. Then she picked up the terrier, cuffed it on both sides of the head, popped it into the basket, tucked its humbly agitated tail under its abject ribs, closed the basket, and fastened it with a skewer. She next addressed a label to her cousin's home, tied it to the basket, and dispatched a servant with it to the railway station, instructing her that it should be paid for on delivery. At breakfast the following morning her cousin wondered audibly why her little weeny tiny pet was not coming for its brekkie. Mrs. Morrissey, with a smile of infinite sweetness, suggested that Miss O'Malley's father would surely feed the brute when it arrived. It was a filthy little beast, said she brightly, and she pushed the toast rack closer to her husband. There followed a silence which drowsed and buzzed to eternity, and during which Mr. Morrissey's curled moustaches straightened and grew limp and drooped. An edge of ice stiffened around Miss O'Malley. Incredulity, frozen and wan, thawed into swift comprehension and dismay, lit a flame in her cheeks, throbbed burningly at the lobes of her ears, spread magnetic and prickling over her whole stung body, and ebbed and froze again to immobility. She opposed her cousin's kind eyes with a stony brow. "I think," said she, rising, "that I had better see to my packing." "Must you go?" said Mrs. Morrissey with courteous unconcern, and she helped herself to cream. Her husband glared insanely at a pat of butter and tried to look like someone who was somewhere else. Miss O'Malley closed the door behind her with extreme gentleness. So the matter lay, but the position was unchanged. For a little time peace would reign in that household, but the same driving necessity remained, and before long another and perhaps more virulent serpent would have to be requisitioned for the assuagement of these urgent woes. A man's moustaches will arise with the sun. Not Joshua could constrain them to the pillow after the lark had sung reveille. A woman will sit pitilessly at the breakfast table, however the male eye may shift and quail. It is the business and the art of life to degrade permanencies. Fluidity is existence, there is no other, and forever the chief attraction of paradise must be that there is a serpent in it to keep it lively and wholesome. Lacking the serpent, we are no longer in paradise. We are at home, and our sole entertainment is to yawn when we wish to. End of The Triangle by James Stephens.
We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kuykendall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After all, they only borrowed it for a little while, just to fix it. I mean, it isn't like we swiped anything. We maybe borrowed a couple of things but gee, we put everything back like we found it, pretty near. Even like the compressor we got from Stinky Brinker that his old man wasn't using and I traded my outboard motor for. My father made me trade it back, but it was like Skinny said. You know Skinny Thompson. He's the one you guys keep calling the boy genius. But shucks, he's no... Well, yeah, it's like Skinny said. We didn't need an outboard motor and we did need a compressor. You've got to have a compressor on a spaceship. Everybody knows that. That old compression chamber that Mr. Fields let us use didn't have a compressor. Sure, he said we could use it. Anyway, he said we could play with it, and Skinny said we were going to make a spaceship out of it, and he said go ahead. Well, no, he didn't exactly say it like that. He didn't take it serious, sort of. Anyway, it made a swell spaceship. It had 4 portholes on it, and an airlock, and real bunks in it, and lots of room for all that stuff that Skinny put in there, but it didn't have a compressor, and that's why... What stuff? Oh, you know the stuff that Skinny put in there. Like the radar he made out of a TV set, and the anti-gravity and the atomic power plant he invented to run it all with. He's awfully smart, Skinny is. But he's not like what you think of a genius. You know, he's not all the time using big words, and he doesn't look like a genius. We call him Skinny because he used to be skinny. But he isn't now. He's maybe small for his age. Anyway, he's smaller than me, and I'm the same age as he is. Of course, I'm big for my age, so that doesn't mean much, does it? Well, I guess Stinky Brinker started it. He's always riding Skinny about one thing or another, but Skinny never gets mad, and it's a good thing for Stinker, too. I saw Skinny clean up a bunch of 9th graders. Well, a couple of them anyway. They were saying, well, I guess I won't tell you what they were saying. Anyway, Skinny used judo. I guess because there wasn't much of a fight. Anyway, Stinker said something about how he was going to be a rocket pilot when he grew up. And I told him that Skinny had told me there wouldn't be any rockets, that anti-gravity would be the thing as soon as it was invented. So Stinker said it would never be invented. And I said it would so, and he said it would not. And I said, well, if you're going to keep interrupting me, how can I? All right. Anyway, Skinny broke into the argument and said that he could prove mathematically that anti-gravity was possible. And Stinky said, sure he could. And Skinny said, sure he could. And Stinky said, sure he could. Like that. Honestly, is that any way to argue? It sounds like two people agreeing, only Stinky kept saying, sure, like that. You know? And Stinky, what does he know about mathematics? He's had to take a remedial arithmetic ever since. No, I don't understand how the anti-gravity works. Skinny told me, but it was something about meson flow and stuff like that I didn't understand. The atomic power plant made more sense. Where did we get the uranium? Gee, no, we couldn't afford uranium, So Skinny invented a hydrogen fusion plant. Anyone can make hydrogen. You just take zinc and sulfuric acid and... Deuterium? You mean like heavy hydrogen? No, Skinny said it would probably work better, but like I said, we couldn't afford anything fancy. As it was, Skinny had to pay $5 or $6 for that special square tubing in the anti-gravity, and the plastic space helmets we had cost us 98 cents each, and it cost $1.50 for the special tube Skinny needed to make the TV set into a radar. You see, we didn't steal anything, really. It was mostly stuff that was just lying around. Like the TV set was up in my attic, and the old refrigerator that Skinny used the parts to make the atomic power plant from, and then a lot of stuff we already had, like the skin diving suits we made into space suits, and the vacuum pump that Skinny had already, and the generator. Sure, we did a lot of skin diving, but that was last summer. That's how we knew about old man Brinker's compressor that Stinky says was his and I traded my outboard motor for and had to trade back. And that's how we knew Mr. Field's old compression chamber and all that. The rocket? Well, it works on the same principle as the atomic power plant, only it doesn't work except in a vacuum, hardly. Of course, you don't need much of a rocket when you have anti-gravity. Everyone knows that. Well, anyway, that's how we built the spaceship, and believe me, it wasn't easy. I mean, with Stinky all the time bothering us and laughing at us, and I had to do a lot of lawn mowing to get money for the square tubing for the anti-gravity and the special tube for the radar, and my space helmet. Stinky called the space helmets kid stuff. He was always saying things like, say hello to folks on Mars for me, and bring back a bottle of Canal Number 5, and all like that, you know. Of course, they did look like kid stuff, I guess. We bought them at the 5 and Dime, and they were meant for kids. Of course, when Skinny got through with them, they worked fine. We tested them in the airlock of the compression chamber when we got in the compressor. They tested out okay for a half an hour, then we tried them on in there. Well, it wasn't a complete vacuum, just 27 inches of mercury, but that was okay for a test. So anyway, we got ready to take off. Stinky was there to watch, of course. He was saying things like, "Farewell, oh brave pioneers," and stuff like that. I mean, it was enough to make you sick. He was just standing there laughing and singing something about up in the air, junior birdmen, but when we closed the airlock door, we couldn't hear him. Skinny started up the atomic power plant, and we could see Stinky laughing fit to kill. It takes a couple of minutes for it to warm up, you know, so Stinky started throwing rocks to attract our attention, and Skinny was scared he'd crack a porthole or something, so he threw the switch and we took off. Boy, you should have seen Stinky's face. I mean, you really should have seen it. One minute he was laughing, you know, and the next minute he looked like a goldfish. I guess he always did look like a goldfish, but I mean even more like then. And he was getting smaller and smaller because we had taken off. We were gone pretty near 6 hours, and it's a good thing my mom made me take lunch. Sure, I told her where we were going. Well, anyway, I told her we were going to fly around the world in Skinny and my spaceship, or maybe go down to Carson's Pond, and she made me take a lunch and made me promise I wouldn't go swimming alone, and I sure didn't. We did go around the world 3 or 4 times. I lost count. Anyway, that's when we saw the satellite. On radar. So Skinny pulled the spaceship over to it, and we got out and looked at it. The spacesuits worked fine, too. Gosh, no, we didn't steal it or anything. Like Skinny said, it was just a menace to navigation, and the batteries were dead, and it wasn't working right anyway. So we tied it onto the spaceship and took it home. No, we had to tie it on top. It was too big to take inside with the antennas sticking out. Of course, we found out how to fold them later. Well, anyway, the next day the Russians start squawking about a capitalist plot and someone had swiped their satellite. Gee, I mean, with all the satellites up there, who'd missed just one. So I got worried they'd find out we took it. Of course, I didn't need to worry because Stinky told them all right, just like a tattletale. So anyway, after Skinny got the batteries recharged, we put it back. And then we landed. There were hundreds of people standing around, and Mr. Anderson from the State Department, I guess you know the rest. Except maybe Mr. Anderson started laughing when we told him, and he said it was the best joke on the Russians he ever heard. I guess it is when you think about it. I mean, the Russians complaining about somebody swiping their satellite, and then the State Department answering a couple of kids borrowed it, but they put it back. One thing that bothers me, though, we didn't put it back exactly the way we found it. But I guess it doesn't matter. You see, when we put it back, we goofed a little. I mean, we put it back in the same orbit, more or less, but we got it going the wrong direction. End of We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kuykendall. Recording by Timothy Casey, Modesto, California.
Willie and the Lady by Gillette Burgess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sean Randall from the United Kingdom. Willie and the Lady by Gillette Burgess. Leave the lady, Willie, let the racket rip. She is going to fool you, you have lost your grip. Your brain is in the muddle and your heart is in a whirl. Come along with me, Willie, never mind the girl. Come and have a man talk, come with those who can talk. Light your pipe and listen and the boys will see you through. Love is only chatter, friends are all that matter. Come and talk the man talk, that's the cure for you. Leave the lady, Willie, let her letter wait. You'll forget your troubles when you get it straight. The world is full of women and the women full of wile. Come along with me, Willie, we can make you smile. Come and have a man talk, a rousing black and tan talk. There are plenty there to teach you, there's a lot for you to do. Your head must stop its whirling before you go a-girling. Come and talk the man talk, that's the cure for you. Leave the lady, Willie, the night is good and long. Time for beer and baccy, time to have a song. Where the smoke is swirling, sorrow if you can. Come along with me, Willie, come and be a man. Come and have a man talk, come with those who can talk. Light your pipe and listen and the boys will see you through. Love is only chatter, friends are all that matter. Come and talk the man talk, that's the cure for you. Leave the lady, Willie, you are rather young. When the tales are over and when the song is sung, when the men have made you try the girl again, come along with me, Willie, you'll be better then. Come and have a man talk, forget your girl divan talk. You've got to get acquainted with another point of view. Girls will only fool you, we're the ones to school you. Come and talk the man talk, that's the cure for you. That is the end of Willie and the Lady by Gillette Burgess. It was taken from page 2009 of Volume 10 of The Wit and Humour of America and read by Sean Randall on the 13th of August 2010.